Шановні учасники та гості форуму, просимо завершувати реєстрацію та проходити.
Dear participants, please finish with the registration and proceed to the hall. We are going to start in a minute.
Шановні учасники та учасниці, гості, партнери, друзі.
Dear participants, guests, partners, and friends, please take your seats. We are starting the forum, Veteran Strengths Business Community Recovery. My name is Viktor Biszczuk. I'm a journalist, TV and radio presenter, veteran of Russian-Ukrainian war, and I'm also took part in the program Courage for Business. Right now, there are more than 300 participants, veterans, their family, local authorities, representatives. All of them are driven by the purpose to support veterans in their recovery. We are grateful to our partners, the Department of Entrepreneurship Development of Lviv City Council, and our foreign partners.
Також дякуємо партнерам заходу.
We are also grateful to the partners of the events, Lviv City Council, People in Need, DVV International in Ukraine, Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, Ministry of Economy of Ukraine, State Employment Service, Embassy of the US in Ukraine, Center Women's Perspectives, Lviv Center of Services for Competence, ATLOG UA, Ukrainian Veteran Foundation, German organization, German Union of Public Universities, DVV International in Ukraine, and Kyivstar.
Шановні друзі, я дозволю собі називати вас так.
Dear friends, let me call you friends because I know most of you, and I think everyone in this hall can say this about themselves. I think by the end of this event, everyone will know everyone. Unfortunately, it's a tradition to start every event in Ukraine with a minute of silence. So let's honor those who gave up their lives for our independence and our future.
Вічна пам'ять кожному, хто загинув за Україну.
Дякую.
Thank you. Now the choir Dudarek is welcome on our stage, the youngest members of this choir, to perform the national anthem of Ukraine. So let's applaud.
Слава Україні! Слава капела Дударик. Прошу ще раз.
Glory to Ukraine. Let's applaud to our choir, Dudarek, once again.
Перед тим, як запросити першого спікера,
Before given floor for opening remarks, let me remind you that there are representatives of tax administration, representatives of veteran business, and specialist professionals on accompanying veterans. So if you have any technical questions, you can ask them. They are here. Right now, the floor is given to the first Deputy Mayor of Lviv for Economic Development, Andriy Moskalenko.
Шановні пані та панове,
Dear ladies and gentlemen,
наші міжнародні партнери,
dear international partners, veterans, Mr. Olympic champion,
товариство, слава Україні!
Miss Minister, glory to Ukraine.
Як зростає загалом
Watching how the veteran family is growing and veteran businesses are growing, I just thought that we had that forum last year, but it did happen this year. We can see how the number of company is increasingly growing, how they're scaling up. I just wanted to tell you one figure. There are more than 150 grants which were jointly issued by the city and our partners. And from this stage, I would like to say thank you to our Czech partners, to our German partners, to people in need, DVV. Thanks to you, thanks to our joint effort, we can create new things.
для того, щоб
We can help them start their businesses, create new working places, pay taxes,
правило, яке
because there is one unchanging rule that's true since the beginning of the world. We have to become stronger. We, on our own, have to create our own strength. Our strength lies in our own hearts. And by staying together, by supporting each other, we will prevail.
зараз почали
I would like us to start with great applaud to all the veterans who are here in this hall. Let's applaud.
і так само хочу подякувати нашій
I
команді
would also like to say thank you to the partner of economic development and for their work that was done during this year, and to all the partners who enable us to open new horizons. We will see many great veteran businesses. We've already seen them, and we are about to witness how they grow. So many thanks to veterans who are here. Maybe some of them will start new businesses. You are doing an incredible job during Veteran Fair that happens almost every Sunday on Rynok Square. I know what I should buy. I know what jerks I like. I know what kind of treats I will buy for my dog. So your business is important.
Дякую вам.
It's
Слава
about your
Україні!
energy, passion, and strength. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes.
Андрій Москаленко, перший заступник
Andriy
міського голови.
Moskalenko, first deputy mayor.
До слова Юлію Кирилову.
Now the floor is given to Yulia Kirillova, Deputy Minister for Veteran Affairs of Ukraine. Good day, everyone. I'm very glad to see you all. I'm glad to stay on this, to stand on this floor stage once again. We are speaking not only about veteran business, we are speaking about the strongest people in this country that yesterday were defending us and today they are rebuilding its economy. I often say that veterans are people who can act in the conditions with no instructions, who can quickly make decisions and take responsibility for them. So businessmen, business people are people who take responsibility for the risks associated with starting their own business. And it motivates us a lot. This year, we did the impossible. This year, we adopted the law on veteran entrepreneurship that will be active since February 2026. Now we are working on the legislation, on its details, but this year, Ukrainian Veteran Foundation managed to support twice as many businesses as in the whole history of the foundation since 2022. Your stories, your ideas can't help but motivate, and they motivate us to provide you with the resources to support you. And I think this year we've supported 320 kinds of businesses, and the grants sum were approximately 1.5 million hryvnias. And in February and March 2026, we start new call of proposals to support those who support the country. Thank you so much. More information during panel discussions, and looking forward to conversations with you. Glory to Ukraine. Yulia Kirillova, Deputy Minister for Veterans Affairs of Ukraine, who forms the policy of veterans in Ukraine. The floor is given to Anna Duda, Head of Mission of the Ukrainian branch of humanitarian organization People in Need. The organization which supported the program Courage for Business.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, dear representatives of the government of Ukraine, esteemed partners, veterans, colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for people in need to take part in today's forum. This event reflects exactly what real recovery requires: strong leadership, responsible institutions, engaged business, and most importantly, the voices and determination of veterans themselves. Since March 22, People in Need has been working in Lviv, Hromada. We began with emergency humanitarian assistance just right after the full-scale invasion. But over time, together with local authorities and communities, we transitioned towards recovery and development. This became possible thanks to the systemic and trust-based cooperation with the Lviv City Council. What we witness today is the result of consistent and structured partnership. Thanks to the support of the people of the Czech Republic and our close cooperation with the Lviv City Council, within the 1 year, we supported 100 veterans and their family members through the Courage for Business program, providing 100 targeted grants of up to $5,000 for business startup and business development. This was the first veteran-focused and economic resilience building program implemented by People in Need in Ukraine, and it has already become a model for further initiatives in our regions. That really makes us very, very proud. For us, this program is not only about finance. It is built on an integrated approach that combines psychosocial support, professional trainings, mentoring, and grants assistance. And please allow me to give just one brief example. One of the supported projects was launched by a veteran with medical experience who created a rehabilitation space where veterans receive both physical therapy and psychosocial support. Today, it operates as a social enterprise, ensuring access to professional care also for those who cannot afford a full-paid, full-cost service. This is what becomes possible when mental health support, professional expertise, and financial instruments work together. We are deeply grateful to all veterans and their family members who entrusted us with their journeys, ambitions, and their future plans. Your businesses are more than economic units. They are living examples of resilience, responsibility, and leadership. We also sincerely thank the Lviv City Council, national institutions, international partners, and the entire professional community represented here today. Your joint presence sends a clear message. The recovery and return of veterans to full civilian life is a national priority, and it cannot be a fragmented effort. I wish all participants fruitful discussions today, meaningful professional encounters, and concrete solutions that will further strengthen Ukraine's ecosystem of support for veterans and their families. Thank you a lot for your trust, for your partnership, and thank you for contribution to Ukraine's recovery. And
Дякуємо місії української філії гуманітарної організації «Людина в біді» і її очільниці Анна Дуда.
But I
Дякуємо.
have a small surprise still, and I would like to invite to the stage also Oksana Bogdan, who is leading this project here together with the colleagues from Lviv City Council, because we would like to also express our gratitude by providing those small certificates to our partners in the Lviv City Council. And we wanted to say again, the huge thank you for this great partnership that, as I said, became also an inspiration for many other regions of Ukraine in building their programs of support to veterans and their families. And we would like to pass those certificates.
Добрий день, шановне товариство. Дякую, Анна.
Dear colleagues, thank you, Anna. I would like to pass these certificates of gratitude to the Lviv City Mayor Andriy Sadovy, but since he's not here, we'd like to pass it on through Andriy Moskalenko.
Також за надзвичайно продуктивну, комфортну співпрацю.
We are also grateful for the awesome cooperation. The certificate is for Inna Svistun.
Також від себе хочемо сказати,
On my own behalf, I would like to say that we were keeping in touch.
пані Юлії Войтиховій.
Yulia Voitechova. This cooperation proved to be effective and fruitful too.
Щиро дякую вам.
Many thanks to you for partnership, for cooperation.
Реалізувавши цей проєкт, що він
After implementing this project, we understand that it's not about words, but about actions and responsibility. And we know that supporting veterans is crucial, not only in the context of the startups, but we realize its new economic force of Ukraine, and by joint effort we can support it. Thank you.
Ми ж дякуємо гуманітарній організації «Людина в
Many
біді»,
thanks
яка
to
підтримує
humanitarian
український
organization
бізнес, ветеранський
People
бізнес в місті
in
Львові.
Need, who support veteran business in Lviv. After introducing the next speaker, I want to remind you that you can use the headset to listen to simultaneous interpretation. The city has implemented the program Courage for Business with the funds of the Czech people, so now we are very much grateful to give the floor to Wojciech Raspier, Director of the Czech Agency for Support and Trade of the Consulate General of the Czech Republic in Lviv.
Dear participants, dear partners, the representatives of the state institutions, of NGO and veteran communities. For me, it's a great honor to be present on this forum of veteran power of business community. My name is Wojciech Raspier. I represent the Czech Agency for Support and Trade. of the Consulate General of the Czech Republic in Lviv. Today's event is not just a professional event. It's a meeting for people that create the future of Ukraine. The veterans, the entrepreneurs, the educators, the representatives of educational and governmental institutions. All the people that work for the reinforcement of the country. The format of this forum is unique because it unites three main components: business, community, and recovery. That is actually what influences the resilience of the country now. I would like to highlight the value of veteran entrepreneurship. Veterans are people that proved their ability to take on the responsibility, to be able to act in unknown circumstances, and also make decisions in critical cases. These are the universal leadership skills that are very valuable in business. I had an honor to meet a lot of Ukrainian veterans that create their own companies, launch social initiatives, and shape teams. Every time I am amazed by their internal motivation and hope that they can make their country strong after the front line. Your initiative, your work is a very important part of Ukrainian recovery. And we as international partners can see how powerful this movement is. Why it's important for us? The Czech Republic understands the value of freedom. Our country multiple times had to undergo the fight for freedom. That is why support of Ukraine for us is not just a diplomatic gesture. It's a question of principle and the issue of our common European future. We support Ukraine in a military, humanitarian, political and economical way. But it's very important that nowadays we talk not only about support, but also about partnership that is built on mutual respect and common interests. Through Czech trade, we every day work with Ukrainian companies, with different entrepreneurships, with IT companies, food industry and engineering. We help finding partners. We help launching products on the European market. We organize business missions, the research on the market, and the participation in the fairs. But we see on one thing: Ukrainian business not only stood afterwards, but it adapts. It looks for innovations. And also separately, I would like to highlight that Czech trade is ready to cooperate with veteran entrepreneurships. For us, it's not a formality, but a real option to expand the circle of partners, to create a new economic connection, and also to stimulate the development of small and middle-sized enterprises. Today's forum is organized in a partnership with Lviv City Council, Czech humanitarian organization People in Need, DBB International, Ukrainian institutions, and also international organizations. I would like to highlight this format of cooperation. It shows that strong policy of support for the veterans it can be born only when everyone is united: state, community, business, and also the international partners. The program Dignity for the Business, it's a very vivid example that help us understanding how can we develop the enterprise, how can we provide mentorship and counseling.
Саме такі програми формують сталі результати.
Such programs shape sustainable results, not just one-time result.
Україна зараз
Now Ukraine
перебуває на
is
історичному
on the historical
те, що ви робите в
moment.
бізнесі.
Everything that you do in your business, in your countries and veteran organizations
Це будівництво майбутнього.
is the creation of the future. The Czech Republic will be close to you in this process. In the issues of economic partnership,
Між громадами,
cooperation between communities, educational
правильного
programs,
планування інфраструктури.
correct infrastructure planning, and support for veterans.
Ми бачимо,
We see and we hope,
потенціал ветеранського
we
бізнесу.
believe into the potential of veteran business, into the potential of Ukrainian cities and communities. We believe into victory that will become a strong achievement of all democratic Europe.
Бажаю всім учасникам
I wish
форуму
all of the
натхнення,
participants of the forum
нових
inspiration,
професійних
new
контактів
professional
і
contacts,
невмінності
and
у власних силах.
the
Нехай сьогоднішні
truth and
дискусії,
believe into your own
презентації та знайомства
powers.
стануть початком
Let the
великого.
discussions and meeting today become a beginning of new projects. I thank you for the organizers for the invitation and for the creation of such an important stage for us today. I thank to the veterans for their service and also for their part in the development of Ukraine after their frontline
Героям
service.
слава.
Thank you and glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. Wojtek Prasper, Director of the Czech Agency for Support and Trade of the Consulate General of the Czech Republic in Lviv. Thank you, Mr. Wojtek. Thank you. And we thank also your institution and the Czech nation that stands together with Ukraine throughout this difficult time. We value it so much. The floor is given to Miroslava Djakovic, the ambassador of Germany in Ukraine, in Lviv specifically. First of all, thank you for the invitation, dear veterans. Let me say thank you on behalf of the ambassador of Germany, Ike Thomas. Congratulate you with the opening of today's forum. I also would like to congratulate all of the participants today here. I would like to emphasize that Germany, same with Ukraine, always tries to be close, to be together, to help with all of the beginnings and developments, and also we help to support the veterans' business. That's a very important work that our veterans conduct. That yesterday they were on the front line, and today they take part in the development of our country. Today you are an example of power and responsibility. Your work shows that Ukrainian resilience can create and transform big challenges into opportunities, and the experience of service can become a successful entrepreneurship work. Every veteran business is a story about the work and love toward the resilience, and also your development of local communities. Your project creates workplaces, makes the communities alive, and it helps people to go back to their ordinary life. I really want to have this today's forum to become a meeting place for people and the space for new ideas. I wish all of you new ideas, great decisions, and successful projects. Thank you.
Дякую вам, Мирослава Дякович.
Thank you,
почесна
Miroslava
консулька Федеративної Республіки
Djakovic, the
Німеччини в місті Львові.
ambassador of Germany in Lviv.
Невід'ємною частиною підтримки
And
бізнесу ветеранів у
another
Львові
important
є
thing for
навчання
support
саме
for
за
the
підтримки
veterans in
Державного департаменту Сполучених Штатів
Lviv,
Америки.
we
Ми організували
have
декілька
the
курсів і
educational
тренінгів для понад
trainings in
150
Lviv. We
ветеранів
conducted
війни
such
з
trainings for more than
Запрошую Віру Терновську,
150
головну фахівчиню з
people.
питань освіти посольства
So now the
України
floor
в
is
Штатах
given
Америки.
to Vera Tarnovska. She is the Chief Education Specialist in the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine. She is going to speak through Zoom. So please, your attention is on the
Доброго
screen.
дня, шановне товариство.
Good morning, dear
Я
colleagues.
чомусь себе чую
Fortunately,
двічі.
I can hear myself twice.
Сподіваюся, що технічну сторону зараз.
I really hope it will be corrected. Yes, it is. I would like to say thank you for the organizers of this forum, for this opportunity to be here, to be able to see how the program expands, the program that we helped funding in 2022. It was a small project at that time for us in order to create the courses for carpenters. It was not traditional because usually we had only higher education, but that was a very pragmatic project. We thought that it's going to be very useful for the Lviv region. So I can say that our project was successful, but now I can see that thanks to this project and other projects that were conducted by international partners, we managed to achieve the most important thing, the unity. Yulia Wojtechova, that worked with us together since the beginning, she's a person that was constantly looking for opportunities, that she was looking for people that were willing to join the work to develop the region. So I can say that a lot of things now that were already done or that are going to be done, that's the achievement of Yulia and also City Council that assist with that. Another important thing is unity. Unity is what we managed to achieve now. I can see the representatives of the Ministry of Veterans, local government, businesses, educators, and the most important thing is veterans. Those powers, those parties that cooperate now, they think about future. The project was creating as courage for business. Well, veterans have enough courage. We just joined this project in order to help with the knowledge and skills. Other partners join the work with other things. I'm happy to see that businesses are ready to join too. We talk about the recovery of Ukraine in the future, but we need to start doing that now. So this forum is not the first one, but it expands. And it's actually the space where people can meet. They can talk about it. They can think about fruitful work for the country. So I would like to wish the participants of the forum great success, for the organizers even more support and ideas, and also for the veterans. I wish you to find a special place in this community, to be able to show your leadership and have great success. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. Vera Tarnovska, Chief Education Specialist, U.S. Embassy in Ukraine. Now the floor is given to Alexander Slobozhan, the Executive Director of the Organization of Veterans in Lviv. So, on behalf of City Association of Ukraine that conducts more than 1,000 territorial communities from all of the regions of Ukraine, I say hello to all of the participants of the forum. You are going to discuss very relevant issues for Ukraine and for every resident of territorial community. The goal of every territorial community leader and its team is to create comfortable um, uh, circumstances for life for the veterans and the family of fallen defenders. So we also have to have some local local programs to assist people with their business. I wish all of the forum participants a fruitful discussion uh, and creation of the traditional resolution to be able to discuss it with state government, to have a common voice of territorial communities. The city associations of Ukraine is going to protect the interests of every citizens of every territorial community. Glory to Ukraine. That was Alexander Sobozhan, Deputy Director of City Association of Ukraine. So I was asked to move closer to the light. Dear friends, today we have a unique opportunity to see and to feel the courage of veterans is transformed into new initiatives. Now you're going to watch a promo video that is going to show us people that overcame very big challenges, but they did not stop. They continue creating business, they develop their communities, they inspire their community. Video production studio Flash, together with family members of veterans, have created a video about the census of the veteran business in Ukraine, in Lviv specifically. Your attention, please. My name is Volodymyr. I am a veteran and I took on this program. My name is Irina Dadag. I am the wife of a fallen defender. My name is Tolochko Mykola. I am a veteran. My name is Yaroslav Melnichuk. I am a veteran of Russian-Ukrainian war. It's a great grant program because it was offline. We had this training in city council. It was very interesting, new meeting, new people. I turned out to be in a community of people with the same thoughts. My combatant, my friend, gave me the information that people in intensive city council are going to organize a project Courage to Business. This year it helped me to undergo a training course that was very helpful during this period. In 2024, I found out about Courage to Business. I found out that I can receive grant funding as a veteran, also family members of veterans. So I decided to try it, and as a result, we were promised to receive education, and that's always interesting. So I managed to be with the people that share my values. We had great instructors during this program. They explained everything clearly. We discussed it a lot. It was cool. You feel very comfortable among the veterans. You are in the community that understands you. During the education, I understood weaknesses and also strong sides of my business. I understood the fields of the further development of my business. That was a great opportunity to exchange the experience, to hug each other, to communicate, to understand what are the losses. So that was a colossal experience. That's great. That inspires to create, to work. We met people with great, cool businesses. We met people that wanted to continue their business or they're starting from scratch. Thanks to Lviv City Council and Czech organization People in Need, I managed to buy a cooling system for my enterprise, also the freezing window for my flowers, also floristic table, etc. I managed to buy inpatient equipment for my veterinary clinic and also to give one more workplace for a young specialist. I received this grant and I managed to create the space in which we are here now. For me, it's a memorial place. Here you can see the trademark of Yuri Yurov, my late husband. That was his hobby. We decided to buy a microscope. That was great. We had great lectures. I always like to ask controversial questions, but they answered professionally. We became really close. We made friends. We created common enterprises even. We share our skills. So I understood the stages and the fields of the continuous development of my business. Thanks to the City Council and People in Need, this program for the business development was 100% great. Veteran business holds the front. That's great that Lviv City Council created this initiative to support the veterans and also to support the wives of the fallen defenders. We start to find ourselves in the new life, to adapt into the modern reality. It also mobilized me to work, to continue my pre-war activities. It allowed me to rethink all of the processes and to have a new view on that. That was a great opportunity to share experience, to hug each other, to communicate, to find out what is left out for us. That's important. For those who would like to start business, to move forward, courage to business, it's what you need. It's important for you not to be afraid. Just knock and you will have the door opened. To continue opening businesses, to develop new ideas. Just to be able to develop it. If you are eligible for application, please use this opportunity. Apply for Courage to Business because you will find yourself here.
That was promo video of the participants of Courage for Business program. These participants are here, the representatives of the businesses that took part in the program in the foyer, so you can get acquainted with them and buy their production. Dear guests, dear friends, let's talk about the first topic. This is the first panel discussion on business opportunities and employment. This is one of the most important ones because we will focus on the instruments and the solutions for Ukrainian veterans in entrepreneurship, in employment. We'll speak about state programs, grant opportunities, digital and educational services that veterans and their family members can use to start their own business. A separate topic is a community, which becomes a solid bedrock for new businesses to thrive. So let's applaud to our participants. Yulia Kirillova, Deputy Minister for Veteran Affairs of Ukraine. Let's applaud. Andriy Dlihac, Doctor of Economics, Professor, founder of Adventure Group and the International Business Community Board, head of the Center for Social Change and Behavioral Economics, chair of the Council of the Coalition of Businesses Committee of the Modernization of Ukraine. He'll join us online. Karina Doroshenko, director of the Ukrainian Veterans Fund. Inna Svistun, director of the Economic Department of the Lviv City Council. Natalia Kordiyaka, head of the Career Guidance Sector, consultant at the Made in Ukraine office. Katerina Ryzhova, head of operation for the business network of centers of the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. Gleb Strishko, Marine Chief Veterans Partner at Starlight Media. And Andriy Rybak, veteran, winner of the Courage for Business Grand Competition, founder of the Ukseni Network. I have a part of the mics. Part of them you'll have to share with your colleagues. I know who will be the first one to speak, so the mic is yours. Yulia Kirillova, Deputy Minister for Veteran Affairs of Ukraine. You partly mentioned the law on entrepreneurship for veterans, that the law that most veterans were awaiting. This is a frame legislation, a law that will be filled with details. So tell us more about new instruments for business support. In the last months, we saw that this law was being developed. There are a lot of regulations and norms that complement this law. Can we speak about the last norms when the law will enter into force? We realize that we are speaking not only about business, we are talking about coming back to your community. Thank you for your question. This law stipulates the general framework of the support for veteran business in the state. Here we speak not only about state programs, but about the programs of local authorities, because it is envisaged by this law too. Speaking about the business support in general, the first thing that's already working today are grants programs. Today we've counted that Ministry of Veteran Affairs and Ministry of Economy jointly since 2022 supported veteran business for the total sum of more than 2 billion of hryvnia. This is a sector that we have to invest in. This is the sector that will uphold our country in the post-war recovery. This is the first thing. The second thing, we are working on the regulatory and legal acts of this law. We have state program for veterans entrepreneurship, and we are working on the decrees on the single portals with all the opportunities for veteran business. It's already functioning. You can find it. Use our online platform that's called Veteran Pro. We recently launched it. It's already functional. This summer we launched our tab Veteran Pro, and now we have a separate fully fledged platform with all the opportunities not only for veteran business.
те, що ми
The
маємо
second
говорити про те,
thing,
що ветеранському бізнесу, і я це чую дуже часто від них,
we are
потрібна
when we
не
are
лише
talking
там
about veteran
підтримка
business,
грантова. Власне, це
they
те,
need
про
not
що
only the
говорить сьогодні
grants,
кожен бізнес. Нам потрібні
but
люди, нам
every
потрібні
businessman
працівники.
say
Власне, для цього я не знаю, чи будете
says
сьогодні
that they need
розповідати
people,
про
they need
платформу «Кар'єра
employees.
ветерана».
I
Проте
don't
ми
know if you're
запустили,
going to talk
власне,
about
цю платформу.
another
Зупинюсь, та платформа вже
platform.
має понад 40 тисяч
This
вакансій.
platform
Про
already
успіх
has
розповість Каріна, не буду
40,000
забирати
positions.
її
Karina will
Але,
tell you
власне,
more.
дана платформа
But this
працює
platform
за
works
одним із принципів, де
based
вона
on the
перекладає весь
principle.
військовий досвід,
It translates
шукає
all the
всі
military
відповідники, які є в
experience
цивільному
into
житті. Та,
civilian
платформа
life
працює з учнями
expertise.
ветеранів. Ми
It uses
нещодавно
AI
завершили
for this
наше дослідження, в
purpose.
якому ми
Recently, we
співставили
finished
1000
our
військових
research where we
спеціальностей з класифікатором професій, з
compared
професійними стандартами. І, власне,
classifier
вже,
of professions in Ukraine
працюємо
with
над тим,
military
щоб
positions,
поширити
and
цю інформацію
we want
на
to
місцевих
share this
розвитках
information
малих,
with
середніх, тому що
big,
ветеран,
small,
який
and
повертається
medium-sized
в громаду,
employers,
який не
because
може
the veterans
розвивати,
that comes
свій
back to
бізнес.
their
А тут ми маємо
community
говорити, власне,
that
не
cannot
лише про ветеранський бізнес, а
implement
про економічну
their
незалежність,
business,
він має знайти можливості, як себе
they
реалізувати
have
в
to
бізнесі,
find
та? Тобто, якщо
opportunities,
людина
possibilities
ще
to
не впевнена, що
realize
вона готова
themselves.
завтра почати розвивати свою
If the
якусь
person
власну
is not
справу,
sure
але
if
хоче
they
попрацювати в цьому
want to
секторі,
start their own
тому,
business, but
власне,
they
наша
want to
платформа і наше
get to know
дослідження
how
допоможуть їй
private
в цьому.
business
Тому що
works.
дуже часто
Our
неочевидні
platform will help
навички,
them with that
так як
because
ми
very
дуже часто
often
наводимо приклад
the
зі
skills
снайперами, та? Тобто
that
це
are
не лише
not
люди, які
very
вміють добре
common in
стріляти,
civilian
або
lives
вищі
are
фестивалі, це
crucial.
люди,
For
власне,
instance,
які вміють
snipers,
проводити складні
they can
математичні
not
розрахунки,
only
працювати з
shoot
великими
well,
базами
but they
даних,
can
хороші фінансові
do math really
аналітики.
well. They
Якщо
are
ми
very good
говоримо про
crisis and
командира роту,
finance
командира
analysts.
взводу,
If you're
це
speaking
хороші
about
менеджери, це
commanders,
хороші
they
управлінці,
can be
які
good
можуть свої
managers
навички
in civilian
застосовувати
life,
в цивільному секторі.
and
Власне,
their
ці всі
skills are also
інструменти ми
important for
надаємо
civilian
як
life.
ветерану,
So
так і
all these
роботодавцю
instruments
для
are
того,
both
щоб,
given to
власне,
veteran
і
and the
допомогти
employer
стати
so that
економічно
they can become
незалежним. Та, щоб
economically
ветерани, ветеранка
independent. So
відчували
then
свою власну
veteran,
гідність,
a
що я
veteran,
можу,
he or she
я можу заробити,
can feel
я
their
можу
own
зробити так,
dignity,
що
that they
моя
can earn money,
родина
that they
не
can
буде
provide for
потребувати
their
там якихось
family,
додаткових там пільг чи допомоги. Хоча,
that
власне,
their
цей
family
напрямок
doesn't
ми
need
також
any
намагаємося
subsidies.
розвивати, тому що людина, яка звільняється з війська, в першу
We
чергу
are
вона має
we still want to
закрити свої
support
власні
them
базові потреби, і ми
with
про це маємо
governmental
говорити, тому що
support
коли ми
because
говоримо про
after
підтримку
coming
бізнесу,
back
коли
from
ми
the
говоримо про
service,
працевлаштування,
the first
ми не
task
маємо
is to
забувати
meet your
про те,
basic
що людина
needs.
має потребувати і медичної підтримки,
We know that the person
психологічної,
needs medical,
фінансової
psychological,
підтримки, та
financial
допомоги з перенавчанням,
support,
перекваліфікації. І,
refresher
власне, ці всі програми,
courses,
які ми сьогодні
career counseling, and
закладаємо,
these
і
are all
вже
the
в порівнянні
programs
з минулим роком
that
бюджет на
we
ветеранську політику
start,
замість 10
and
мільярдів
comparing
складає
to the
19
last
майже
year,
мільярдів.
our
Це говорить про те,
budget
що ми
grew almost
намагаємося
twice from
розширювати
10
всі
billions
наші
to
програми,
19
щоб охопити
billions.
якомога
So we
більше
try to expand
наших
all of our
захисників і
programs
захисниць, які
to reach
повертаються
as many
до
veterans
цивільного
as
життя
possible.
сьогодні. І, власне, ті, хто
And
сьогодні повертаються до цивільного
those
життя,
who come back to
мають
their
складні
civilian
травми,
life
поранення.
have
Ми маємо цих людей на цих
massive,
всіх етапах підтримати і
suffered
допомогти
massive
їм, щоб
traumas,
вони,
and our
власне,
task is
могли
to
ставати
support them
економічно
on all these
незалежними.
stages
І
so
про
that
це
they
дуже часто
can
і
become
потрібно
financially
говорити, що, власне,
independent.
підтримка має
That's
починатися
something
з
we
того,
have to
закриття
talk
базових
about.
потреб.
Our
Якщо ми
support
закриємо
starts
базові
with
потреби,
meeting
тоді ми
basic
про ці
needs.
класні закони
If
про
basic needs are
підприємництво,
not met,
працевлаштування чи будь-що,
any
що ми
laws,
писали,
any
вони не будуть
regulations
працювати.
on
Тому
entrepreneurship
це наші
will not
пріоритети,
work. So
скажімо
these
так,
are our
номер 1, номер
priorities.
2, номер 3 і
The
так
first, the
далі.
second, the third
І я всіх
priorities.
закликаю,
And
заходьте на
I
нашу платформу
I
Ветеран
encourage
Про,
you to
шукайте
have a look at our
можливості,
platform,
які для вас
Veteran
є. І
Pro.
я,
Look
оголошую,
for
що
all the
зараз
opportunities
там є
that
лише
are
державні
available.
програми
There
підтримки,
are
і
only
невдовзі ми
state
будемо
programs
додавати,
right now,
запускати
but
всі
we will
регіональні
add
програми, які
regional
будуть оновлюватися.
programs
Ви
that
будете
will be
бачити,
updated,
що цього
and
року
you can
закладено,
see
з
what's
підтримки
there for
державного
the
бюджету, що
for
цього
this
року
year
закладено
on
за
behalf of
бюджетову
the
та в органах
state.
місцевого
What kind of
самоврядування
programs
вашої
are
області,
provided by
вашої
local
громади і так
authorities
далі.
in your region,
Ну і,
city,
власне,
and
користуйтеся
community.
платформою
So
«Я ветерана»,
also
тому що
use
це
the
про
platform
пошук
Career of
роботи,
Veteran. It's not only about employment, but also about educational opportunities and that's just interesting.
Дякую.
So, welcome.
Дякуємо,
Thank you.
Юлію. Чудово,
Thank
що
you, Yulia.
чудово, що звучить інформація про
Thank you for sharing information on Veteran Pro, because while talking to comrades, we often say that there are a lot of programs both on state and oblast and Ghromada community level, but it's hard to find it all, and it's needful to find it in one place. So I think Veteran Pro can become the platform where everything is available, everything is there, and everything is clear. Let me remark, what is the history of creation Veteran Pro? We often travel for work, we talk to veterans, and when veterans come to us, tell us, there is no platform like this. But we say, oh, there is one, and they are surprised. So we created single unified platform which presents all the opportunities from different actors. Even I don't know about all the programs, to be honest.
Дякую, Юлія Кирилова, заступниця
Yulia
міністра у справах
Krylova,
ветеранів
Deputy
України.
Minister for Veteran Affairs of Ukraine.
Буде мати слово Андрій Двігач, професор,
Now we want to
Venture
talk
Group
to
та
Andrei
міжнародний
Dvigach,
бізнес
Doctor of
ком'юніті
Economics,
Я знаю,
Professor,
що пан Андрій
founder
має
of Adventure
результати
Group
і
and the
готовий
International
поділитися
Business
з нами
Community
про
Board.
дослідження стану справ у
I know you
впровадженні
already have the
ветеранської політики, і,
results
зокрема,
on
щодо
implementation of
ветеранського
veteran
бізнесу.
policy and
Пане
veteran
Андрію, вам
business.
слово.
So the floor is yours, Andrei. Good morning, everyone. I hope you
Ні,
could
ми
see the
бачимо
presentation.
вас, але
No, we
бачимо
can
добре і
see
чуємо
you,
добре.
but we can see you well, we can hear you well. I would like you to see my presentation.
Попрошу вивести саме слайди. Вони зараз шаряться на екрані. Я, по-перше, хочу сказати
First of all, I want to say thank you to Yulia and Ministry for Veteran Affairs because the job you are doing and the interaction that's being developed with veterans is awesome. This is a true example of how state policy has to be built in cooperation, involving all the stakeholders, and thanks to cooperation with the ministry, we are able to implement in coalition of business communities. These are more than 100 business clubs across the country. We are able to implement veteran policies for Ukrainian small, medium, and large businesses. That enables us to be partners, mentors, and investors of veteran business, but it also helps us to adapt positions for veterans and view them as key human capital for the country. The research was on this topic. We'll see negative dynamics on human capital in the country, in the population, based on the situation with peace talks. We'll see approximately 25 million of Ukrainians in 2030, 25 million Ukrainians who live on the territory of Ukraine. But we can also see that veterans that are coming back from the front line are not involved in economic activity. Some of them work, some of them have their own businesses, but most of them are not working. Still, business faces shortage of human capital. 25% of positions are empty. 75% of entrepreneurs say that in order to find an employee, they need 3 months as compared to 2 weeks in the past. Currently, veterans compose a huge part of human capital for business, but in the future, they will compose more than 20% of labor resources, and most of them are people of the most productive age. It's high time to think about behavioral changes. It's time to work on changing the logics of business and societal logics of how we support veterans and the logics of behavior of the veterans. Excuse me? Someone is trying to reach me. What's needed to be radically changed for the business? This is, of course, changes in how the society views veteran policy. We don't need to adapt veterans as much, but rather adapt the society. What does it mean to adapt the society? It means to prepare ourselves to change the logics of employment for people with disability who come back from front lines. How can we change the attitude to adaptation to mental health? Because mental health is the biggest problem for Ukraine, because more than 90% of Ukrainians have problems with mental health. We're all irritated, we're all negatively attuned, and we are sometimes negative to veterans. We cannot accept demands and the special attitude we need to show to veterans. It creates family conflicts, conflicts in communities, and in residential buildings. So what can we see? Most of people say that attitude towards veterans improved. Small numbers say that it became worse, but the dynamics is positive. Still, many people say that they faced some negative moments with veterans in civilian lives. These problems are being monitored. There are programs, there are solutions for them, but this is a long process of mutual adaptation. Nevertheless, most Ukrainians think that the benefits of military experience is there. We don't know how to use it yet. We are still formally saying that this experience is important, but we don't know how to use it yet for business and civilian life. We understand that the ability to make quick decisions in hard situations, the ability to work with few resources, understanding of the security importance, both cybersecurity and labor protection, all of it is important. How can we use it on practice? That's a question to the business. The first thing that we've already seen as a radical change is a change of social attitude towards veteran business. A big part of Ukrainians say that they know the examples of such businesses, and 87% of Ukrainians treat veteran business positively. That's the result of a broad campaign on disseminating these practices, and that's positive dynamics. Speaking about supporting veterans and what we have put emphasis on together with veteran organizations, we are working on that, and we've seen that recently the most proactive part of veterans say that it's important to switch from logics of subsidies to the logics of opportunities, but society thinks that veterans are looking for subsidies for care but not for opportunities. So to change this societal attitude is the task for 2026. And we are working on it in business associations together with large business. We are working on forming new practices and using veteran experience in business, as well as practices of creating opportunities and changing the societal attitudes. Thanks very much to Lviv for this conference, to the Ministry of Veterans for cooperation in this sector. Thank you so
Андрій
much.
Тигач.
That was Andrei Digac.
Пан Андрію, якщо ви ще залишаєтеся з нами,
Andrei, if you
дозвольте
stay
собі
with us,
підрефлексувати.
I would like to
Апелюю до цифр, які ви
reflect
озвучували
upon
загалом
your
під час
information
вашого
about the
виступу.
numbers that you had
1,3
in the
мільйона
beginning of
ветеранів є
your
зараз і пристосуються до 5-6
presentation.
мільйонів. Я бачу за допомогою
We
таких
have 1.3
простих
million
аналітичних
veterans
дій.
now, and
5-6 мільйонів помножив, принаймні на 4, це члени родини,
we
це 20
can
мільйонів.
multiply that part, that
Це з
number
родинами,
into
так?
4.
Загалом, якщо
Then we will have the
порівняти з
information
тими
with family
українцями,
members
які залишилися кількістю, то,
compared to the
мабуть, це те,
people,
що
the
змінює
Ukrainians that
парадигму.
left.
Це не спільноті,
Stayed
суспільству
in
потрібно
Ukraine,
пристосовуватися до
that the change in
ветеранів
paradigm.
чи до
So
ветеранського бізнесу, а просто
it's
це
not the
про
society has to
прийняття
adapt
нової
to the
реальності, в якій
veteran business,
ветерани є великою,
veteran
значною частиною
presence.
української спільноти
We
тепер.
just have to
І у
accept
мене таке,
they
якщо
there
можна,
as a part of our
відповідь на
new
запитання.
community. So
А хто
also,
повинен займатися ось цією
could you please
прийняттям
answer the
або
question?
поясненням
Who has to
або
be
наведенням
involved,
містів
responsible
між
for
цивільними
this
умовно
acceptance
цивільними
and the creation of the
людьми
connection
і,
between the
умовно,
civilian
ветеранами
people
або
and
військовими?
theoretically veterans
Чи
and
це
militaries?
завдання держави, чи
Is
це
it a task
завдання
for the
якихось
state
інших
or
інституцій,
other
скажімо так?
institutions? Thank you. That's an important question. Why? Because we live in a very paternalized society. 75% of Ukrainians are waiting for the state to take care of their well-being and also happiness. 70%, 75% of people. Veterans, as most of them have also great paternalism, still their self-responsibility is bigger. So it is a driver for changes. So the key to Ukrainian transformation, to the changes in the social behavior, is the cooperation with business, with the state, and veteran organizations. So in this triangle, we have to do as much as possible in 2026. If we now let this situation be afloat, then unfortunately we will lose not only time but also the capacity as a country to become resilient. We are the poorest country in Ukraine, in Europe. For half of the effort, we are depending on European countries. So these situations were risky for us. So we have to become independent. In 2026, 2027, that's the deadline for us to completely transform the society, the behavior and attitudes from the state.
Пане
Thank you
Андрію,
so much.
дякую. Ну, знову все
Thank you, Andrei.
руками, все самим. Як
So
завжди.
yes, again, one more time, we have to do it by ourselves. So Andrei Ligac, doctor of economics and the founder of Adventure Group.
Я сподіваюся, пан Андрій ще залишається.
I hope that Andrei is staying with us online. And now I have a question to Karina Doroshenko, director of Ukrainian Veteran Fund. Again, in 2023,
Замовлення українського ветеранського
as the order of the Veteran Fund,
серед тих людей військових, які готуються до повернення
talking about the numbers of veterans,
опитування.
there was a survey.
Бачать в цивільному житті. І
How do you see yourself in civilian life? So approximately 60% said that they plan to completely changed the activities that they had before the full-scale invasion.
Чудово це проілюстрував один з моїх
That illustrated very much my combatant. I also asked him, and he's present now.
різко і дуже кардинально змінив.
He changed his activities completely.
Питав, а навіщо
So when I asked him why, because he had a successful work,
він каже, знаєш, Віктор, я стільки разів ризикував своїм
he said that, well, you know, Victor, I risked my life so many times in the front line, so now in civilian life, I'm not ready to do that one more time.
І, власне, повертаюся до цієї цифри,
So coming back to
65%,
this number,
і значна частина з них
65%,
говорила про те, що вони
most of the
готові
people said that they
хотіли
are ready or they would like to open their own business. It has a lot of objective and subjective explanations, but now we also have Ukrainian fund for that. So, Karina, please, could you please tell us what are the tools suggested by your institution to help veterans succeed in business? Thank you. Yes, Ukrainian Veterans Fund conducts analytical studies all the time to understand the tendencies, the challenges for the veterans, and we have a lot of studies. I ask you, I invite you to check it, but yes, in 2023 we had this study, so a lot of people said that after the civilian life, after coming back to civilian life, they would like to change the vector of movement. So business is the most relevant to them. So the Veteran Foundation that is working with the Ministry of Veterans, it provides support for veteran business in terms of grants, and this grant program that is present since 2022, it continues now and it will continue in next year. We see that there is a demand for that. That's important to mention that those grants are not being taxed, but veterans are coming back to their communities, and the last program this year consisted of 100 winners. They represent 18 regions of Ukraine. So practically almost all Ukraine took part in this program. That's not only about the economical stability. Yes, veterans receive grants, but that also is related to the development of your own business, the taxes into the community. So it has a great positive aspects for the community. So that's one of the aspects of self-employment. And we understand that not all of the people are ready to work in business, to have business. So there are still people that would like to be an employed person. So we also work with such people. We conduct training for the change of qualification. And together with Robota UA, we conducted a study to understand the tendencies and challenges for the veterans during employment process in the civilian life. We also asked employers what are the challenges for them to employ veterans. And thankfully, we had a lot of requests from employers, from different companies, and we understood what are the challenges for the other part. So that was one of the reasons why we have developed a platform Career for Veteran. We united employers and employees there, so it helps the veterans to find the way how can they use their military experience in the civilian life. Because our focus group said that a veteran doesn't understand how one, after 1 or 5 or 10 years on the front line, can use their experience on civilian life. So this platform helps and hints how the skills can be implemented. That also helps the employer to understand what you need to pay attention to, because sometimes employers want to find have the interview with the veteran to be understanding what is crisis resistance, how one can analyze the situation. So on our platform, it's not all about the CV and the match between the employers and the veteran. Practically, we added different opportunities for the change in the qualification. We created online courses for the veterans and the employers that actually helps them during this onboarding process on the civilian work. It's important to mention that one of the vectors of our work this year is that we use the methodology of the work adaptation for veterans from the Ministry of Veterans. By using this methodology, we worked with 5 big companies. We tried to change the adaptation strategies because it's important not only for the veteran to come to a veteran work, to the civilian work, but also for the person to feel comfortable there. That's why company contacted us together with HRs and psychologists for us to help them to see what works and what does not, to have those programs. So the percentage of veterans that would like to come back to the civilian life and work, it would increase. Still, take into account the peculiarity of our fund activity, it goes to business. Mostly, we saw the video about the importance of having your own business for a veteran. I really like the fact that Lviv region is very active in terms of veterans. We have a lot of winners from this region. Another region is Poltava, Kyiv, Vinnytsia. They are very active. So that means that we can have a lot of opportunities, and we also look for opportunities. We provide grant opportunities when we start partnerships with different big companies, different donors, for this support to increase, to have bigger opportunity for veterans. We continue developing, so please visit our website on social media. As soon as the program starts next year, I encourage you to apply, not to be afraid of it. What has changed in the next year, Karina, in terms of the grants, maybe the changes in the funding? Because we see that last week was budget week in Verkhovna Rada, in government. So what are the numbers? We expect to have expanded budget for grants next year. We expect more programs for business. I cannot tell you exactly whether we will have some special topics for that. For example, this year we had special agriculture program. But first program will definitely be general field of activity, because we will have a lot of applications in the beginning of the year, but in the last program we changed our project application a bit. So actually, we made the emphasis on the project planning, the planning of the business for the veteran, but I also encourage you looking at all of the grant programs. All of them have the component of protection. You can see them on our YouTube channel too. You can get acknowledged with it, and you can prepare your application. The list of the documents required is present on our website, so you can see what are the necessary things you need to pay attention to. So thank you. That was Karina Doroshenko, Director of the Ukrainian Veterans Fund. Karina, I just hope you are going to stay with us, so if there are any questions, people would be able to reach you during the lunch break. Next topic will be related to Lviv. Then we will speak to Inna Svistun, Director of the Economic Development Department of the Lviv City Council. Inna, it's not like I'm a Lviv citizen and I was a participant of the last stage of the project of yours, but I constantly take part in different all Ukrainian discussions of veteran policies and the communication with veteran communities. and also different practices of regional programs for other regions, for other cities. So very often I hear the following phrase. So why do we need to talk about funding on programs? Please do it the same way as we have in Lviv. So I understand that Lviv is not only about the money. That's important because it's very easy to receive money and just give it away, and then it's only your responsibility how you spend it. But this mentorship scheme, this counseling method that is used here in Lviv, that's the ecosystem of support of veteran business. So what is the components, what are the components of it? So why it's not that easy to just give away the money for the businessmen and veterans? Thank you, Victor. You know it better. Thank you for your kind words. We are very proud because it's the only complex support program in our city. We have colleagues from other cities, Kharkiv, Zaporizhia, Lutsk. All of them are here today. They are ready to share their knowledge. So how did we manage to do it? Probably because we tried to stay up to date, to listen to our veterans. So we conducted strategic sessions. We asked them what is needed because, first of all, we started with just a grant support program where we only had money. After that, we listened to you, veterans, and we understood that we have to do some training, that it's important to organize very nice, complex training. So we analyzed the different approaches to educational programs. We chose and shaped different fields that we would like to present in our educational programs. It turned out really well. So now we add new blocks to this program according to your request. Because it's important, only this way we can achieve a result that would be useful for you as veterans. That's the first thing. So, to my mind, the most important is that when in the community, veteran policy is #1 priority. In Lviv, we have two priorities. Armed Forces of Ukraine support, because we would like to have victory as soon as possible. That's a direction where our funding from city goes, and also the support for the veterans. We have a complex program for support of veterans, not only for the business field, but also in rehabilitation, medical services, and sports. So in every block we think about the possibility to be useful for you. Second important component is people that implement it, people that are not ignorant about it. So we have people that think about it, they are getting inspired, that's why we have good results. Now our program consists of training. We had more than 200 veterans that underwent our training this year. Also, we will have online competition for business ideas of veterans. After that, we have grants, and we are very thankful for them, for people in need. That's very important for us. Thanks to this field, we managed to support more veterans. Also, Business International, based on our program, they conduct different methodological recommendations, how to shape such programs for other people. And also, we have the mentorship. Thanks to our partners, we tested, now we think about the usefulness of it, and I think that it's going to be great result. So for my personal experience, every time we start some training, I just say that yes, thank you. So we are all together, and if there are any interesting ideas, please let us know, so we will be able to continue working.
апелювати до свого досвіду.
And I would like to
Менторство
use
– це
my
щось, що можливо і важливіше навіть за гроші,
experience
тому
for
що
that,
за
because it's
правильні
very
бізнес-ідеї
important.
і
It's even
правильні
more
побудови
important
процесів
that
гроші
money,
залучити – це не така вже
because
й проблема.
it's not that difficult to raise money. It's the process of building the
Але,
process.
власне, менторство
But
– це
well,
не
no,
менш
to raise
важливо.
money is
І
also
от,
difficult.
що далі? Адже
But what's
бюджетний,
coming next?
тиждень був не
Because
лише бюджетний вечір.
the
Вчора був у Львівській міській раді,
budget
коли
week
громадське
was
слухання
not
щодо
only in
бюджету
Верховна Рада.
міста на наступний рік,
Yesterday it was also
які
a
плани на
budget day for the
2026
city council. So what are the plans for 2026?
Справді,
Well, to be honest, it's not all about money. We also think about next steps. Despite the mentorship, we do the further steps. We think about the development of veteran business. That was the only field. We also do the roadmap of veteran business. We do different promotions. We record videos for our citizens to be able to support them. For the next year, in terms of the budget, we also will have the funds to be as much as possible effective. So I think that next year, the amount of money would be bigger. We expect having approximately 10 million hryvnias for such programs. In case we will not be able to find donors, then it's also very important for
Дякую вам,
us.
Інна Свистун, очільниця
Thank you,
департаменту
Inna
економіки
Svistun, the
Львівської міської
Director
ради,
of
економічного розвитку.
Economy in Lviv City Council.
Наталія Кордіяка, завідувачка
Next
сектору
goes Natalia
профорієнтації,
Kordiaka, Head of Career
консультантка
Guidance Sector,
Офісу
Consultant
зроблених
at
в
Made in
Україні.
Ukraine
Будемо
office.
говорити
We will
про
talk
ті
about
можливості, які
the
надає
opportunities that are
ветеранам
provided
держава, адже
for
також
the veterans
є
from the
програми,
state.
які
There are a
допомагають
few
ветеранам
programs that
побудувати
help
свій
the
бізнес.
veterans
Отже,
to
пані
start their
Наталію,
business.
розкажіть
So,
про
Natalia,
які
please
програми
tell
діють
us
в
about the
Державній
programs that are
службі
available
для
for the
ветеранів.
state employment services, in state employment services for the veterans.
Служба зайнятості
So, the employment service, because of the war, which changed our work, specifically in the employment office, we focused on new fields that are important and accessible and effective for our veterans. For today, from the central apparatus and local employment centers, we have a field of veteran policy. It is implemented together with the Ministry of Veterans. The work is very tight, so we as employment service have to understand the needs of veterans to be able to fulfill them. Among new programs that can be suggested for our veterans is the support in employment and job search. That's a very important complex of work because it includes a system of proper orientation events, roundtables, meetings between the employers of Lviv and also veterans that are registered in the state employment service. They are in the list, and also NGO and charity foundations that work with the veterans. So in order to understand what does a veteran want, where does this veteran see himself in terms of work, in order to be effective in this field. So another important project that we have, it was launched during the full-scale invasion. That's the Army of Recovery, a system of socially useful works that appeared during wartime. They have a social aspect. So we united our partners and people that are ready to help the armed forces of Ukraine and other military detachments. It has multiple fields of work. One of them is masking nets creation, also volunteer kitchen. There are a lot of such fields. So when the project was launched, the first newcomers were those who were doing the same work for free in the beginning of the war. Now they can earn money by this. Another successful program is for grants, their own business and veterans for their family members. There is a grant program up to 250,000 hryvnias. For the veterans, the grants can reach up to 1 million. This grant program is implemented through the State Employment Service together with the Ministry of Economy, Environment and Agriculture, and also the Ministry of Digital Transformation through DIA portal. Also, we have a system of re-education and voucher training that is suggested for our veterans. Starting in September 2024, ending September 2025, we had education training for veterans, people with disabilities because of the war. It was a free of charge training in our employment centers based on vocational training. A lot of veterans used this program and they had an opportunity to change their qualification for free or just learn something new. Starting in January 2025, we had a program of re-education for women to be able to get employed on the profession when they are not represented. 31 profession that is available now for a woman. It's a tram driver, heating system operator, electricians, etc. We teach them for free. Another important and interesting system and program is the vouchers for education. This is an opportunity for people 45 years old plus, for veterans, people with disabilities, IDPs, so they can receive another education or specialty free of charge. That's 150 professions that are paid for the education. So that's 30,000 hryvnias per person. The education is interesting because the person is available, can actually choose the specialty among these 150 professions. They choose the educational institution in Lviv, Ternopil, and any other city in Lviv. And before the start of education, they just contact us in order to receive this voucher. The system of free education that we just finished in September 2025 was very active. So we plan, the State Employment Service plans to continue it in 2026. The announcement regarding that would be present on our website.
Пані Наталі, дякую вам. Наталія
Thank you
Кордіяка,
so much,
завідувачка сектору
Наталя.
профорієнтації, консультантка Офісу «Зроблено
Natalia
в Україні».
Kordiaka, head of the career guidance sector, consultant at the
Ми вже
Made in
кілька
Ukraine
разів
office.
згадували дію сьогодні.
We have mentioned
додати
DIA a
в цьому
couple of
контексті.
times.
Але зараз поговоримо
It's
дещо
impossible
детальніше
not to
про неї.
mention it, but
Катерина
let's
Рижова, керівниця з
talk
операційної
about that in
діяльності
more
мережі
details.
центрів
Katerina
«Дія
Ryzhova,
Бізнес»
head of
Міністерства цифрової
operations for the
трансформації
DIA Business
в Україні.
Network of Centers of the
Катерина,
Ministry
вітаю
of
вас на
Digital
цьому форумі.
Transformation of
Які
Ukraine.
можливості «Дія
Welcome to
Бізнес»
forum,
дає
Katerina.
для
What
ветеранів?
are the opportunities that DIA Business presents for veterans? Let me tell you more about DIA. We are under the umbrella of DIA, but DIA Business is a separate project of Ministry of Digital Transformation, and it's being implemented jointly with our partners. It consists of two parts. One is online platform, where you can find a lot of opportunities for grants both in the country and abroad, and the center of centers of support across the country. There are 13 of them. On the 2nd of December, we open a new center in Dnipro. We plan to open one in Kharkiv and another one in Warsaw abroad, where you can talk to the consultant, receive consultation on the opportunities that are presented by our colleagues on accounting, on legal issues, help with any grant opportunities. We also help to write grant applications. So welcome to our centers to receive quality information and consultation. We do have educational grant programs for different groups of populations in Ukraine. These are both women, teenagers, and veteran programs. Last year, we organized and successfully implemented the program Trajectory 2, where we involved 2 million hryvnias for 68 people. Why did I say involved? We are not funded neither by state or local budgets. We attract funds by our private partners, and we exist because of these funds, of these partners. Our partners were UN, government of Japan, MasterCard, Aurora, and others. We hope that approximately 225 veterans and their family will study at our centers, but we exceeded this number up to 425 participants. More than 1,000 people took part in our courses, both online and offline. So we issued 68 grants. Veterans, their family took part in them. These were not only spouses, but brothers, sisters, children, parents. These are also family of people held in captivity, wounded, or people who went missing. In the next year, we hope to implement Trajectory 3. We are actively working on looking for partners who will help us to implement this program, and the emphasis is on digital skills for our veterans and their family. In November, we launched questionnaire on digital transparency and White Book. The White Book is a framework for businessmen that they can measure their digital knowledge, and in the business portal they can fill in questionnaire that will determine their level based on 9 categories, from marketing to leadership skills. At the end, you receive the roadmap with your results as of today and with recommendations of what you can do right now to improve your digital skills. People who organized this forum promised to share my presentation with the QR codes and links for this questionnaire. In November, we also launched virtual pop-up zone where entrepreneurs can place their product, test it, find partners. We want to organize online fairs in that pop-up zone. It will be integrated in Trajectory 3. So Trajectory 3 will focus on digital skills on our entrepreneurs. Thank you so much, Katarina. When we're speaking about e-business, we are speaking about digitalization, that Ukrainian enterprises, Ukrainian business are switching to digital space. How is it happening, and how do you motivate entrepreneurs for that? Especially medium and small businesses to move into the digital space. We've just launched the questionnaire, so it's too early to talk about some concrete numbers, but we plan to measure how entrepreneurs enter the program, their level of skills, and what is their level when they finish the program. We want to show statistics on how digitalization helps to make the business more profitable thanks to AI, thanks to IT solutions. You can see that on our portal, because in September we added marketplace of IT solutions, both national and developed abroad.
Дякую, Катерина Рижова, керівниця з
Thank you
операційної
so much,
діяльності
Катерина
мережі центрів «Дія
Рижова,
Бізнес» Міністерства цифрової трансформації
Ministry
України.
of Digital Transformation of Ukraine.
Гліб Стрижко, ветеран,
Гліб
морський
Стрижко,
піхотинець.
veteran Marine.
Глібе, у нас
So,
був попередній
Гліб,
спікер Андрій Длігач, і він почав
our
цю розмову, насправді,
Speaker
дуже
Андрій
непросту,
Длігач
я не скажу, що
started
складну,
a
але насправді
hard
непросту розмову про
conversation that is
сприйняття
not easy.
бізнесом
I won't
або
call it
власниками
hard.
бізнесу або керівниками
That's
бізнесу
the conversation
тих
on
людей, які
perception of the
повертаються
business
додому з
of
війни.
those who come back
І
from
ми
front
бачили навіть на
lines.
цифрах опитування, які він презентував,
We see the
невідповідність
questionnaire, the statistics, we
працедавців
see the
і,
gap between the
ветеранів щодо їхнього повернення. Можливо, на
expectations
власному
of the
досвіді або на
employers
досвіді
and
підприємства, які ви
the
представляєте,
skills of
дозволю собі запитати.
veterans.
Як
Maybe
скомпонувати оці
you
дві
can tell us
відповідності
more
для
how
того,
we
щоб
can
ветеран
bridge this gap so
повернувся,
that
а
veteran
бізнес
can
розглядав
come
його не як проблему, а
and
як
business can
можливість,
view him
як,
or her
ресурс
not
для
as a
зростання.
problem but as a solution. Tell me how much time I have. You have as much time as you need.
Гаразд.
You
5
heard
хвилин на
it.
це
He
запитання.
said it. He said that I have time. I want to say thank you so much, everyone who made the visual effects. I really like this corner. I can see there it as a fire or like a microscope picture. It's very pretty. Speaking about the figures Andriy mentioned, and in general how adaptation to civilian life happens and how employers respond to their employees coming back, businesses have the biggest benefit. When I say business, I mean large business. My company is a representative of large business, so we benefit from veteran policy even when the person is still on the front line. It's hard to explain to a veteran what is the essence of their veteran policy. It's very important for large businesses to make their veteran politics in an integrated way. These are 3 target groups: active military, veterans, and their family. The person is not coming back to an empty place. They come to their community, to their family, to their city. And that's why we realized that when Starlight developed its veteran policy, it touched upon these 3 groups. It worked well because as of today, I'm a veteran, but my spouse is active military. I'm using the opportunities that the company gives as a veteran and as a spouse of the active military, so I'm using both. When we managed that policy in our company, when we tested that on large scale, because our company is quite big, we single out a couple of obvious but important issues. For instance, oftentimes you hear the phrase, no decision should be made without involving veterans, but that concerns all the groups. So we thought about support groups for family of the military, but no one would come to those groups. And then we asked those people why they didn't come. They said that these groups happen at 4 on Tuesday. I just have so much going on in my life, and this group cannot meet my need in the way it is organized. So for that family, it was not useful. So when we hear feedback, when we reorganize those groups, they became popular. So when we had enough knowledge from these target groups, we realized we can share that knowledge. This is what Andrei mentioned. This synergy of four key players: Starlight Media as representative of Ukrainian business, Veteran Hub that works with veterans and their family, Ministry of Veteran Affairs, and Forbes. So together we created the principles for business that is friendly to veterans. That's a document that I often take with myself. It consists of 12 points, and it can serve as a kind of compass for businesses of what they should do to be useful for their target audience. That's not subsidiary approach, it's approach of opportunities. One of them is personal engagement of the company. With all due respect to HR directors and communication directors, if that's not important for the head of the company, it will not be successful. Personal engagement of the head of company is important. And another principle that proved to be crucial is regular reporting. I think a lot of Ukrainian businesses are participants of a lot of important communities, but all these documents, all these charters are not effective. What's important here, when a person signs the principles of the business that's friendly to veterans, I take the responsibility to give a report in a year to the company and to the veteran community. And if the person doesn't do that, they leave this community. As of today, we have 107 businesses who signed these principles, and right now we are looking for a decision on how we can be useful for small and medium business, because right now I'm speaking only about large ones, the one who provide a big share of GDP to Ukrainian railway company, and others alike. So right now we want to support small and medium businesses, but as of today you can still read about them. They don't tell you how to work because it looks differently in different companies, but they show the direction, what is important to do. Few people from large businesses think about the commemoration of the fallen military. It shows the position of the company and it's important for its employees. So for us, minute of silence is not just a minute that we have to survive. We read the names of people from our company who gave their lives for our freedom. That's why, by summing up what I said, for me, as for a veteran, it's important that my company does it and that we share this experience. I also wanted to reflect on what Andriy said. It's important if you want to form this new culture, it's important to start with how we name it. We don't say person with disability. We don't say an individual with disability. We say a person with disability. We accept different people to our company with the combat experience, with the captivity experience. We don't hire veterans. We hire people with different kinds of experience, and I hope that these principles of veteran-friendly business will be just a book in our table, because we'll just have companies that are friendly to people, and the policies that we're introducing will become a norm. So I urge you to focus on that human-centered approach. I wanted to specify, can we get acquainted with those principles? Can we read them? Yes, they are in open access. I have one of them was me, but you can just Google it. Business-friendly, veteran-friendly business principles. There is a form of how you can sign it. And I think in the fourth quarter of 2026, we'll find the solution for small and medium businesses to be useful for them. Can we adapt this principle for state or municipal structures? Because a lot of veterans work there. I think so. It depends on the resolve of people on the local level. These principles are very practical. They start from procurement, that we procure products from veteran business. You can just buy stuff from veterans. That's already support.
Чудова ідея. Дякую і окремо
Great
дякую за
idea.
доповнення
Thank you
пані.
so
Ми
much, and
впевнені,
thank
що
you for
сподобалося.
reminding the
Андрій
time.
Рибак, ветеран, переможець грантового
Андрій
конкурсу «Відвага
Рибак,
до бізнесу».
veteran,
Андрію, перед
the
цим
winner of
заходом
the grand
мені,
competition
мене
Courage for
просили
Business. Before
обов'язково
this
задати такі
event,
запитання.
I was asked to
Свого
ask
досвіду
you a
можете
question.
про, я знаю, що ти брав
I
участь
know
у
that you
практично,
took
якщо
part
не всіх, то дуже багатьох
in
програмах
many
підтримки ветеранського
programs
бізнесу.
of
І
veteran
просили
business
задати запитання,
support.
що працює,
So my question is the following: what works and what's redundant, or what has to be improved rather than thrown away? First of all, thank you so much for a chance to be here, for taking part in grant program. I'm very much grateful to Lviv City Council, to the organization People in Need, to Inna Svestun. Thank you so much for the chance to represent this grants project. I think I didn't take part in all of the programs, to be honest. I was more interested in communications. I'm always looking for partnership. The state provides money, but the state is not always a partner. But the Lviv City Council did become our partner. Because of them, we found Serhiy Zhukovsky, you know him. Natalka gluten-free. We do have competitors, but thanks to the communication, we are successful. What can I say about grants projects? A lot of people come, they take money, but they don't know what to do with them. But I think that mentorship is the thread that will combine those who start, those who are already working, local authorities, and the state that supports veteran business. I know that Serhiy can share great experience. You can get great experience from us. I will focus more on food industry. I can cook well. You procure our products, for instance. Lviv City Council invited us for catering, but we didn't cooperate with them because we don't have enough employees. I have a lot of questions to the state. On the other hand, I understand why the state works in the way they work. So I cannot find the person to ask consultation for unless I have the community like this one. I think in these communities we can help smaller and medium businesses work better. So another issue is that we are busy because we don't have any holidays. I think it would be good if we could interact with people more, but I hope to talk to them directly. We took part in the program Startup Ukraine. We quit it. We didn't get the funds, but we wanted experience. That's our experience. We have a shop with Serhiy. We tried to do something together, and my goal is to stick together.
Дякую.
Thank you, Andriy.
У нас справді було передбачений блок
We wanted to have a
учасників нашої
Q&A block for our participants, for our panelists. Maybe we still have time for one or two questions, please. Hello, my name is Oleg. I'm a veteran. I have a question to authority representatives. We are speaking about people, but we need to consider that the person who's coming back from the front line needs a year to adapt. My daughter said that I was adapting for 9 months. I know that some of my comrades took less time or more time. Why am I saying this? The person who needs to go to employment center or they are employed by their comrades, that person is not effective for some time. And during that time, the enterprise takes great responsibility to help them socialize. My proposal is for a year, for employer not to pay any taxes for veterans, because it will need important buffer zone for a veteran. So what do you think? Thank you so much. That's a great remark. As you know, we announced that we registered new Codex of Veteran Policy in Verkhovna Rada, and that restoration period after end of the service is envisaged, because today the person who quits military service has to come to their employment, to their new employment in 5 days, otherwise they will be fired. So it also poses other obligations on the employers, especially if that person has disability. So what do employers do? They put that person in reserve, they create a new position for that person to provide new conditions for them. We dedicate this time for restoration, where a person receives average salary that is compensated not by an employer, and we also have a holiday for restoration. We preserve 14 days for combatants, and that vacation after end of the service when the person needs rehabilitation. It's included in all of our programs. As you know, we have expanded package in Family Doctor that oversees the patronage at home for veterans. So I urge you to talk to your family doctor and ask for expanded medical examinations. That's the first thing you need after end of your service, so that when you're employed, we can solve all these issues at the start, because for your rehabilitation it's important so that these diseases do not become chronic. These are things we want to introduce to support your health and your at work. Gleb is working with employers to tell them why it's important and to raise their awareness. Thank you. I know this, but I would like to
доповнити
complement
комунікацію між роботодавцем та
uh,
працівником.
to make the communication between employer and employee better. In a couple of years of service, the person is dissociated, they don't know what's going on. Then they come back to their enterprise. Things changed, and the person has to be prepared for it, and all that adaptation process has to be added to that period, because the person can either just use the programs for veterans or get employed. In that way, the employer, if they don't have to pay taxes, will prefer veterans. I will not use this benefit, but I'm thinking about my comrades who could use that. Thank you. I want you to get acquainted with our methodological recommendations. This is a document that has to be constantly updated. These are methodological recommendations for veterans, for employment of veterans. So if you have any proposals, give it to us. We will be grateful, and we will be changing our legislation. Thank you, Yulia. Thank you, Oleg.
Будь ласка, у нас десь є блукаючий мікрофон.
Please, we also had a microphone for the rest of the questions. My name is Andrei Kapchachak. I'm the head of the Veterans of Ukrainian Catholic University and also a co-founder of Mrelo publishing house. But I wanted to add to the previous question too. There is a great practice when people are receiving a mentor when they come back from the war. They understand that first time they need to have more work time. I also have a question regarding the previous discussion. You talked a lot about the grants for the start of the enterprise of business, but I communicate a lot with my colleagues that are veterans. I know practically half of this room, but I can see that our economy is not that good now. In 2022, we didn't feel that yet, but now we do. And I understand that a lot of veteran enterprises are created, but whether they will survive in 1 or 2 years. So I'm curious whether the Ministry of Veterans, Verkhovna Rada or City Council traces whether there are any changes, what are the opportunities for the next 3 years, or what are the support programs for further development. Are there any statistics, data regarding this issue? Whether the business is not closed in 1 year. Who do you address this issue? Well, probably I will answer this question. So you see, according to our grant programs that we provide, we don't only provide it for the opening, but also for the development. A lot of businesses since 2015-16, they received the funding of our veteran fund, and it's very important to have mentorship, support, additional training, so people would be able to understand how to develop themselves. We conduct obligatory monitoring throughout the next 3 years after the program ends. We monitor the businesses that received grant support from us. As Karina suggests, approximately 5 businesses stop their activity or they change their format of work. One enterprise that received our grant, unfortunately, was actually passed away. One of the veterans changed their format of work. So, of course, there are such enterprises that close, that could not continue, and there are successful enterprises. Unfortunately, the situation in Ukraine is not stable, and the same thing is with the market, with the economy. So we try our best to support, to help. That is why this law about veteran enterprise is going to work in order to increase the spectrum of opportunities. So also the access to the municipal and state property will be expanded for the procurement, because we have to encourage, we have to help, but still there are some difficulties. And in veteran business, we also have such challenges. Of course, some businesses have to close, but there are different situations.
Дякую, Юлію. Інна
Thank
Свистун,
you,
так,
Yulia.
прошу
And
додати.
Svistun would like to add? Yes. Our city program was also very popular. So among the businesses that we have now, we also have not only just first launches of business, but also the development of the previous businesses. But we have other grant programs for business that can also be used for veterans, by veterans that have some specific field of work. We had procurement for generators to support business for the electricity cards. We had program for investment vouchers that helped to develop them, and also for promotion, additional development. These are the opportunities that you can also use through the grants. Talking about efficiency, we analyze it. We don't have any strict control as state vouchers have, but we analyze the situation. According to our data, any veteran business closed, so there are none such businesses, but Andrei mentioned it really well. Regarding the community that is created, that connects with each other, they look for different chains of cooperation and procurement. So we conduct different fairs, we also think about that. We think how can we create opportunities for you, for your development. We put it into focus.
Ви, Катерина, так хочете додати?
Katerina, would you like to add? Yes, thank you. I can share my experience in terms of our trajectory program. We had participants that are newbies in business and also experienced people. In one lecture, they had the same education offline, but online they had different requests, so they had different trainings. Same thing, we had different grant support. If the biggest grant among newbies was 1 million, then for experienced enterprises it was 3 million, because experienced ones already know how to use this fund, they know their needs and the gaps that have to be filled. Newcomers just start, so they had a lot of cooperation with mentors. We had more requests for mentorship for the newcomers. More experienced ones required funds. Natalia, yes, regarding Yerobota grants, Employment Service provides such grants, and also we conduct grant programs for family members. So it's not only for the creation of business, but also the development of existing ones. These two grants presuppose additional support for employers. So our grants are directed at the creation of new workplaces. So for the veterans, we also need to create the workplace. Employment Service conducts the system of compensation for the creation of the workplace for a person with disability of the first or second group, for the employment of people among this list of unemployed. For example, a veteran can employ another veteran among this register of unemployed veterans from our service. So we compensate 50% of salary for this person. If these are people with disabilities, youth, etc., other categories, IDPs, we also provide the compensation for the employer for the creation of workplaces. We can compensate minimal salary to support our grant participants that took part in our programs. Thank you. Can I ask you a question? An honest question. According to the statistics, how many people did you have? Is there a difference between 2023 and now? So the labor market has changed. There is a decrease in unemployed people now. I looked at the statistics, so our Lviv office throughout 2025 received 6,000 applications from unemployed. 5,000 registered themselves as unemployed, so they had the right to receive support in terms of financial aid. Also, 4,070 they received help with employment in Lviv in 2025. The pre-war time, before 2025, we had 5,000 people looking for a job per month. So now people that look for a job, we have less of them. It's not because of the people that already found a job, it's the migration and mobilization. It decreases in numbers. Yes, I understand it clearly. We were those people, we were looking for people, but we didn't find anyone. That's why I'm asking, and I'm not asking before work, I'm asking you the beginning of it, in 22, 23, because throughout the time that we were looking for a veteran, no one came to us. That's like a stone into your yard, but yeah. No, it's not. It's okay. So nowadays, we think of us as a friendly employment service. We don't have any requirements. Before that, we had a requirement that if you are registered into the list of unemployed, if you declined two vacancies, then you are removed from the list. But now we don't have such requirements. For example, we had a person. Well, I will tell you the only thing. I was full stack developer. I lived abroad, but now I'm doing dumpling. I'm making dumplings because people are requalifying really fast. So no one cares who was working in which field before. Well, you are going ahead of our scenario because now we are going to talk to two recruiting agencies representatives. They will actually answer your questions because it's very important. And I listened to you very much, but now the organizers saying that we have to finish this panel discussion. The participants of the panel discussion will stay in the room, so you will be able to ask questions afterwards. So I will actually tell the people, announce the titles, and you will have to applause. First was Andrita Lupa, Ministry of Economy Deputy, Yulia Krylova, Deputy Minister of Veterans, Andrei Ligach, засновник Adventure Group, Karina Doroshenko, Director of Ukrainian Veteran Fund, Inna Svistun, the Head of the Department of Economical Development of Lviv City Council, Natalia Kordiaka, the Head of the Sector of Proorientation, Katerina Rajova, the Head of the Operational Activity, DIA Business, Andrei Rybak, a veteran, winner of the grant Courage to Business. He is the creator of the network Okseni. Thank you so much, and a round of applause for all of the panel discussion participants. Dear participants, we continue our forum. Now we will start our very important part. It's important because we have a lot of topics related to it. We will talk about the opportunities of veterans on the labor market. We will talk about the changes in the labor market. What are the instruments, the tools for the employment for militaries coming back to civilian life, and how the service work that supports their professional realization. And the floor is given to Ola Bandrivska, Deputy Director of Recruiting Agency Lobby X. I think that everyone knows what Lobby X is. It's one of the key platforms that helps veterans looking for a job to receive some consultations and get back to their professional field. Ola, the floor is yours. Thank you so much. I need to orient myself on the stage. My name is Ola Bandrivska. Yes, I am head of the recruiting agency department Lobby X. I will tell you a few words about it. So lobbying is a social enterprise that works with the most valuable resource that we have. It's the human resource. So we started working in 2016 when after the Revolution of Dignity we started employ people into the sector of changes, into social and civil sector, reform office, NGOs that launched in Ukraine, international NGOs after Revolution of Dignity. Since then, we focus on working with human capital for those companies and organizations that are trying to change Ukraine into something better. In 2022, in the beginning of full-scale invasion, we launched a new field of Ukraine for Ukraine, it's military recruiting. So we started to recruit volunteers for military in specific units. By doing that, we've created an opportunity for a person to make a choice and to enroll into military for a position that would be suitable for this person to be able to use their potential as much as possible. Taking into account our experience with military, in 2022 we understood that we are a bridge between a person in civilian life and military life. When the person is on service, on military service, we took on the responsibility to become another bridge from the military service to a civilian life one more time. So in 2024, we launched the following field of veteran career consultation. It's a free of charge career counseling that includes all of the spectrum of questions. For example, what do I do afterwards? How do I move forward? How do I use my military experience in civilian life? What can I do if I don't want to go back to my previous civilian life? Or what if I don't want to or cannot go back to my previous civilian life? What are the opportunities for requalification? And also practical instruments. How do we prepare resume, motivational letter, and interview? In 2025, as a continuation of our activity in the military field, we started creating events. Throughout the year, we conducted 15 events in different cities of Ukraine in order to create an opportunity for a meeting for employers and veterans. We conducted career days for veterans, and also we conducted 7 hackathons for military sector in order to motivate people enrolling into the militech or defense sectors, so that we could stimulate veterans going into military sector, but in the context of social work, in order to use their military experience for that. Generally, our activity is implemented in a few dimensions. Why is that important? Because I am happy that we are in resonance with those answers and challenges that were mentioned on previous panel and the context of economical dimension. For now, approximately 10% of labor market is veterans. Speaking about the future, that will come more sooner or later after the massive demobilization, then we will have 25 to 30% of veterans on the labor market. Taking into account how small this quantity is for the active populations that is able to work, take into account mobilized people, migration, and demographic crisis. So as we look at these numbers, we just cannot ignore this number of people that are present with us. So for business, employers, civilian and military, we have to understand and take into account the needs of veterans. How do they implement their potential? Talking about social dimension, Ukraine already went through this point of not coming back in the demographic crisis. So in order to survive as a nation, we have to give birth to at least 4 children in one family in an optimistic scenario. So if we cannot create conditions for the veterans and their family members to actually develop themselves, they would just flee, they would move out Ukraine, and they would try to look for some happiness abroad. So social dimension is very important. Security dimension. Together we are at war, and taking into account the neighbor as Russian Federation, we still have to have this opportunity to protect ourselves in the future. So as a society, if we do not create the opportunities for the veterans to find themselves here, so they would use their potential now here in Ukraine, then I'm sure that some of them would like to go back to the protection of Ukraine in the future when there will be the need for that. Taking into account all of that, our mission is to employ in order to have the progress and victory of Ukraine. So now I would talk in more details about our work in the veteran field. We provide individual career consulting. You can see our real career consultant, Andriy. He is a business consultant, a psychologist in the past. He was also a military, now he is a career consultant. Nearby is a real veteran that receives a consultation from him. We provide online consultations to have this access for all of the veterans from any point in Ukraine or world. So I encourage you, if it's not relevant to you, then please share this knowledge with your combatants, with your friends and relatives, for them to know about this opportunity so they would be able to use it. We conduct online and offline trainings for veterans, employers, for state services providers, for workers of the state employment service, local social services centers. So if the understanding of how the process of employment and boarding looks like, the motivation for the veterans in your company, if these topics are interesting for you, then we are open for cooperation. We create career days and defense hackathons in order to stimulate the military field to involve more specialists, because we see that militech and defense enterprises that increase their part in the market of Ukraine, they become an advertisement of Ukrainian business in the world map. They would be able to involve the best talents that are present in Ukraine. So in this way, veterans very often choose the path of employment at defense enterprises as companies that would actually help them use their military experience. They feel comfortable there because the environment and culture of the defense enterprises are very close to military, so a lot of military veterans work there. So for a lot of veterans, it's very logical and it's very smooth to have this transition from military work into civilian life. These are the defense enterprises. Also, we've created a database of veterans. So everyone that is willing to start to get a job, they can leave their resume, their CV on our website, so they can this way register themselves into the database of veterans, so the employers can find them throughout the space. But The most important thing that is given to veterans during our consultation, the first thing that they receive is hope. Hope into their own strengths, so their experience, their path throughout the military service was not without any cause. So it is needed, it's valuable, so they can use it in the next stages of their life. So we think of a military experience. It's not a period that we would like to forget about it or just to delete it from your life. Every veteran that addresses us, we explain it to them that it's like building bricks. It is collected and accumulated together with their previous civilian life. So any role that you have in the military, it is valuable. So we can, and it's important to transfer into civilian life, so we would be able to highlight our strengths throughout that, because you lose a lot during the military service, but you also achieve a lot. Only after that, we go into the stage of recommendations. We create common programs with different educational institutions and business. It is related to education, employment of veterans, and the next stage is the shaping of the communities and small groups. We mean work with communities. I am really happy that we already mentioned that today, that work with the communities in the cities is conducted also with different other organizations, specifically in the state sector, because we can see that most of the opportunities for employment are present in the big cities. Simultaneously at that, small cities and regions, they have more problems with employment, more problems of how the businesses communicate with veterans, how do they select them. So next year's focus is work with communities and employers, because as Hlipstarsko already mentioned today, if we speak about veteran policies, very often we mean big businesses. At the same time, the biggest problem in communication and employment of veterans is with the small and middle-sized business. So in December this year, we already launch a series of meetings with employers, honest discussions, during which we will talk about the way how their prejudice and stereotypes can be on the way to consider veterans as employees. What is the problem? Why cannot they talk or communicate with veterans? So in this way, they would be able to involve them in the corporate culture. And how the employers have to change in order to accept new reality that was also discussed today, because we don't speak only about the veterans, we talk about whole ecosystem of a family, of a military, of their family members, of the family members of the fallen defenders and prisoners of war. It's important for us to create a new civil agreement, so it's our reality. It's not just a bubble that can be ignored. It's not a part of the society that is not related to us, because it is related. Because together with us in our companies and organizations, in the transport, everywhere we could see a military, a veteran, a family member of a veteran or a military. So the way how are we going to communicate with each other, then it will define whether we are a mature society or not. From our side, through our work with employers and veterans, we try to move forward in this direction. And regarding you as employees and veterans, there is one more idea that I would like to discuss with you during break. That's an opportunity to create a startup call platform, so veterans that would like to start their business or an enterprise, they would be able to find people with the same opinions, business partners, in order to create this business together. Amongst the veterans that we work with and consult, we see some people that would like to create their own business. At the same time, it would be very easy for them to do it in a partnership with someone who understands them, who moves in the same direction. So another idea that we would like to test in 2026 is the creation of a platform where you can find not the employees but the partners in order to create a veteran business. If you are interested in that, please contact me or just approach me today. We will talk about it, or just write down my contact information. I would be very happy to talk about it with you. And in the end, I would like to thank every military and veteran for your service. Thank you so much.
Olga Bandrivska, Deputy Director of the Lobby X Recruitment Agency. Thank you so much for the practical instruments and the work that you are doing every day for Ukrainian veterans. And thank you for recruiting the military. That's an adventure. The head of Nazusтріч project at Work.ua, Anastasia Rozlutska, will tell us about Nazusтріч as a platform for finding work, develop their skills, and come back to economy. Good day. I'll try to be short. Much has been said today. Thank you for your invitation. I hope that these instruments that I'll show you will be useful both for veterans and for those who organize their work or who offer them employment. Nazusтріч project that I introduce is the project aimed not at integration, not at adaptation, but at coming back. We are speaking about veterans as the people who used to be students, our colleagues, but then they decided to protect their country, and so they are coming back home. They're coming back to their positions. They will create businesses, and coming back is the path that we go together, is the path for the whole society, not for veterans alone. They are not alone. This is a culture of coming back has a lot of elements. It involves state, businesses, employment websites, so all the elements of these works, of this work that is being implemented by the state, by its laws. So work tries to use the best practices, and through the instruments that are available, create our own ones. We create opportunities for the veterans so that they can use them and have their military experience is valuable. It's about dignity and respect. When we are speaking about social status of veteran, we assume that we respect that person. This is a person who defend our country. And while speaking about economy, it's not about expenses, it's about investment in the country, in the development of business, when we speak about investments to veteran programs. That's why we have instruments where we collected all the programs for veterans coming back. This is Work.ua for veterans. It looks like this. The main message is that it's about investment and development. So what can veterans find on that page? Work.ua/veteran. There you can find more than 8,000 positions which are preferred for veterans. Representatives of veteran business should know that they can place their positions for free. They also should know that you can mark yourself as a veteran of Russian-Ukrainian war. Right now, more than 11,000 people are registered with that label. These are the people with military experience. You can also check your employer. There is a checklist whether the company is ready to employ a veteran. This is about accessibility, about policy of employment, and the culture. 3,019 companies offer vacancies with preferring veterans. I don't know if that's a lot. Every day, 47,000 companies publish their vacancies on our website. I think we can still be working on it. That's going to be another task for 2026. Veterans can also order career consultations on our website. We do not provide them on our own, but our partners from other organizations will help you. These are Superhumans Employment Center, Reskilling Ukraine. They invite veterans, and in Reskilling, career counselors are veterans themselves. You can talk to these organizations directly, and my colleagues from LobbyX also, her company also provides them. We also made a glossary. We translated military experience in professional competencies. I think our companies have to study military experience. So military recruitment has 10,000 different positions. So right now, when we are stating our military position in CV, not all employers can understand what you mean by your military experience, what it practically means. We also give recommendations to veterans how they can describe their military experience. Please use that glossary. We do not cover all the military positions, but a part of them. Companies say that they are ready to employ veterans by 54%. The issue is with accessibility. It's one of the main ones, but there are other issues. I would like to say that a lot of large businesses, if we are saying that this is a large business, it doesn't mean that they have a policy on receiving veterans back. So how can we measure if the policy valid? We ask veterans themselves. We ask veterans who work at large companies. If there is a minute of silence, some people don't pay attention to it, or they just don't pay attention to it. If this happens, we realize that the policy is not effective. It's just formal. On the other hand, HR are prepared, but managers and the team are not. They can be asking intrusive questions, and they don't know how to go about the veterans. This is what the veterans told us. The programs exist, but based on the average room temperature, we can see that we are not ready to treat them in a humane way. That's not only about respect manifested in words. It's not about the mottos, it's about our actions. On the website, we can also see that we want employers to prefer veterans, but we can see that the employers don't understand who they are looking for. We don't want employers to hire veterans just because they are veterans. We want them to pay attention to their skills. Even when the employer states that they prefer veterans, sometimes they just don't give any feedback to them. And this is a problem. This is a task for 2026 for us, as for employers. And I also have to ask you, veterans, to give feedback when you face prejudice. Oftentimes, veterans don't want to name the companies. There are different reasons. But we want to move towards you, and we want you to move towards us to solve issues together. There are a lot of instruments. On the other hand, we have to understand another thing. We ask veterans what prevents them from coming back to employment market. 50% of them said that I don't understand who I am after service. I need time to understand who I am. 23% of them who were employed through our website said that we would like to change our position in the months of working in the company. And I've stated you the reasons why they want to do that. We can resolve it when we are honest, when we are speaking about fears, when we honestly say that we don't know who we are dealing with. In order to overcome this fear and become responsible, we need to understand military experience more. On the other hand, veterans need to hear feedback. In this case, labor market has to become a place which will help. It's not the case right now. It has to become the place to answer the question of the veteran: who am I after service? Who am I in civilian life? So respect, being veteran is a respectful status. And we also acknowledge the value of their experience. Being involved, making decisions together with veterans, dialogue, and trauma-sensitive communication. I believe that in 2026, employers have to introduce trauma-sensitive courses so that people with different experience of work can speak respectfully to each other. It's not about just it's not about sitting in front of a veteran and telling them, have you bribed the government so that your son is not conscripted. Systematic approach. The policy of the state has to be systematically implemented. It's a long process. I don't think that 2026 will resolve all these issues. It's a permanent process. So in 2026, I think we have to stick to the culture of coming back to our humanity when we hear each other. So let me quote Olena Bilozerska. She is the officer of armed forces, a former journalist. She says that veterans can prevail everything because their former experience can help them to deal with anything. So if you have any questions to me, you can contact me, or you can just approach me and talk in person. I try to be short. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much, Anastasia, the head of the project Nazusтріч with Work UA. So thank you so much for so many practices and methodological recommendations. You are pioneers and example for many business organizations in Ukraine. Dear participants, Before switching to lunch, I have an announcement. We found 500 hryvnias in the front row. If these are yours, we will give them to you. If no one claims them, we will donate them for charity. We've also found a ring in foyer. If that's yours, we will be glad to give it back to you. Dear participants, especially those who are here, many thanks to speakers, to you for being here. It's time to keep talking. Please enjoy the lunch, veteran fair. You'll have a chance to eat, to talk to producers, to veterans, and see you here at 14:30. 2:30. See you.
Ну, мабуть, захід виправдав своє
So the event already fulfilled its duty because we cannot stop you from communicating, but dear participants, I ask you to take your seats now.
Оскільки наша гостя
As far as we will have an English-speaking guest now, I remind you that if you need interpretation, we will have a simultaneous interpretation. You can get headphones for that in the corner.
Отже, ми можемо розпочинати.
So we can start now.
Шановні учасники,
Dear participants, the guests of our forum, we now move into the next block of our program. This is going to be exchange of experience between Ukraine and the USA. I appeal to my own experience before the full-scale invasion. We talked about veteran policy, and we were always told, just look at the US, because USA have a long period of integration of veterans and militaries into civilian life. Now, we will have the opportunity to listen about the USA. It's a great honor for us to involve the American partners that help us with medical rehabilitation, employment, and the development of skills and support for family members of militaries. So the floor is given to Laura Heltz, Executive Director of Veterans Outreach Center, U.S. Army veteran. Laura, we are happy to greet you at our forum.
Miss Laura Heltz, Executive Director of the Veterans Outreach Center and U.S. Army veteran. Laura, we are welcome you here at this forum with us. Please speak.
Getting the benefits through service-connected disability compensation and other benefits that they earned from the Department of Veterans Affairs. And most recently, for the last 8 years, I have served as the Executive Director at the Veterans Outreach Center. The Veterans Outreach Center is a nonprofit organization, so we receive funding from a number of different organizations, including the government as well as private donations. We write grants to companies and family foundations. And so we have about a $3.5 million budget every year. And with that, we provide programs like mental health and wellness programs. We offer employment and training and workforce development support. We also have 2 homeless shelters, one for male veterans and one for female veterans with their children. And we have a whole host of other programs kind of in between there. And so I think, you know, if I were to talk a little bit about what are some of the most important things that we've found at the Veterans Outreach Center, one of them is that people need a sense of purpose. After they have served in the military, a lot of times we find that the camaraderie and the bonding that they shared with other military service members, they don't have after they've separated. They don't have the same sense of mission and just, you know, the kind of being part of something that's so much bigger than themselves. And so even for veterans who are disabled and who may have a difficult time finding work, we think it's really important that they are either employed somehow, you know, even in a way that supports, that they, you know, that enables them to work through their disabilities, or at the very least, they need to have that peer connection with others who have served. We have a peer connection center and it's open 7 days a week. And It's open in the evening hours because, again, we have found that it's really hard for a lot of folks who are struggling with mental health, and sometimes it's either the transition out of the military or it's, life many years after the military. But if they don't have a strong sense of purpose during the day, that mental health issue sometimes gets worse and worse. And by the evening hours, it can be pretty brutal. In the United States, we have a very high rate of suicide amongst our veteran population. And so by having this Peer Connection Center open 7 days a week, it gives veterans a safe place to go where they can be around other veterans who have understood their experiences. It is a sober place. A lot of places that people like to connect are, include alcohol and other recreational activities that are not necessarily healthy for somebody struggling with mental health issues. So our Peer Connection Center does not have any alcohol. It's just a healthy space for them to go. We've also found that oftentimes what the government can do for our vets is not enough. They focus mostly on healthcare, which is very important. And they also focus on disability compensation, which is also important if you can't work. But there are a lot of other things kind of in between there that often can make a big difference for our veterans. And some of those things that we offer, we have some outdoor programs, getting vets back out into nature with the kind of natural healing power of being out in the fresh air and sunshine and connected with other people. We also have a hydro massage chair at Veterans Outreach Center. And the reason we have that is because, unfortunately, we know that women who have served in the military, particularly, suffer with high rates of sexual assault. And for our female veterans, although they may have served, in a way that where they experience that sexual assault, they may also be combat veterans and they may have other physical disabilities. And so where massage therapy can be a modality that really helps a lot of service members with chronic pain and with relaxation, somebody who has suffered from sexual assault may not want another person's hands on them. And so this hydro massage chair utilizes water jets in the chair, and it provides both the pain relief experience that they need if they have chronic pain, and then also the relaxation factor. So it's very useful. We have a lot of other programs. We do art therapy. We have a barber shop because we know that many veterans, unfortunately, if they're disabled, they may not have a very high income. And sometimes it's things like being able to get your hair cut and freshly, taken care of that can really make a big difference in somebody, how they feel about themselves, but then also in their ability maybe to find a new job and to present well to an employer. We also have a food pantry and a clothing closet, again, because for many vets that are struggling with their income, they may not have enough money to feed their families adequately or to provide for the winter months, which are obviously, you need to have a warm coat and boots and all those kinds of things. So the way we've designed it, though, it's more like a shopping experience. So they come in, they're able to pick out the things that they need for their family or for themselves. And there's no shame in that. But they do get to work with a case manager who will be able to assess what else is going on and maybe provide some of those support services that they might need. And then I guess one of the other things that we think is really important is the criminal justice system. Unfortunately, sometimes when veterans are experiencing challenges, they may find themselves, in a situation where they have broken the law or they've been arrested. And in that case, sometimes it's because there is an underlying mental health issue or physical health issue. And so we provide a case manager to them while they're going through the justice system. And we actually are part of a big program that the United States has across every state in the country now called Veterans Treatment Court. And veterans, as opposed to being incarcerated, can go through this program. They have to go to court every month or every week for a full year and report to the judge about their progress in finding a job and staying safe and sober, and all those kinds of things. And if they do that successfully, they can avoid going to jail. And we also provide legal resources for them if they need an attorney or somebody else to support them. So I guess, what I'm really trying to say is that we look for every way possible to connect with a veteran through any challenge that they may be experiencing in their life after the military. Most of those challenges we can tie back one way or the other, most likely to service, whether it's an issue of post-traumatic stress disorder or because of their disabilities or challenges with readjustment to civilian life. Most of those things happen to relate back to the military. And so we provide services that will draw in any number of different types of folks and hope that we can just support their needs and help them get back into a place where they are healthy and contributing members to our community again. And I would be glad to take any questions that anybody has about, the things I've shared or anything else that you may be curious about.
Чи є запитання з залу? Так, будь ласка.
Laura, hello. Thank
Yes.
you so much. I have one question. How many veterans in 1 year to come in your center, and actually what they need the most?
Yes, so we serve about 2,000 veterans a year. Those veterans are allowed to come in as many times as they want for as many services as they want at no cost to them. And so typically we will deliver about anywhere from 12 to 15,000 episodes of service to them. And I think the things that bring them in the most are our food pantry and our employment and training programs. A lot of times when they come in for one of those two things, then they will end up using some of the other programs, but definitely those are two of the biggest things. And one of the things I guess I could share a little bit more about our employment and training programs. So sometimes for folks who have served in the military, they have really good experiences to offer to the civilian workforce, but the terminology and the language used in the military sometimes makes it hard to really translate those experiences and for an employer to understand what that person brings to the table. And so our staff help them write a resume in such a way that conveys the amount of experience and leadership skills and all of those other factors that somebody who has served in the military brings. And then we have a lot of training programs and we coordinate with other training partners. We don't do most of the training directly, but we work with other agencies in the community and help put veterans through things like welding school or security guard training or barbershop school so they can become a licensed barber or, really you name it. I mean, aside from a college education, we don't fund that, but aside from that, we will pay for most other programs for them to get a certification or a licensure so that they can get back to work. And the way that we do that, we have a number of private donors who contribute to our ability to pay for training. And then we also, for a while, we had a grant from the federal government that helped provide that support. And we don't have that anymore. But we are now working with a number of local companies and we're trying to better understand what the companies want in an employee and then deliver exactly that type of training to the veteran. And so we're looking for those companies to also help fund some of this training. But yeah, I would say, in answer to your question, about 2,000 vets come in every year, 12 to 15,000 times, mostly for our employment and training and our food pantry program.
Можливо, є ще запитання? Так?
Hello, Laura, I'm Luba. I have a question for you. We have a really very big experience in your center, and just now you can tell what is the few big challenges just now we have. because we are really very interested in what it will be in future, what is the mistake we could do, you know, because I know about the Bosnia experience, and I know that they make a lot of mistake to working with and make some adaptation with military people who are military was, you know. And as for me, it's your experience. What you would like to say us? What is the big challenges we have just now? And maybe what was your biggest success in your job? Thank you.
Wow. Yeah, that's a really good question. So I think I guess I'll start with a success. I think my biggest success is creating a shelter space for women, vets, and their children that are experiencing or at risk for experiencing homelessness. And so the reason that that has been a big challenge is because in the United States, we have a lot of laws around how people can be housed, basically. And so we have laws that say if you have men and women in the same emergency shelter, you know, either you have to allow children, or for example, like if you have women only, the government won't fund you to include you know, men and children. I'm not explaining it well, but there's just a lot of really difficult laws around that. And so what that meant for us was if we wanted to house women and their children in one building and no men, then we were going to have to figure out a way to fund that without any government support. And so the other reason that that was difficult is because other agencies aren't doing that. Since they can't get the government support, they're not looking for other ways to find support. And so there's not been a lot of research out there to indicate how many women vets are homeless and how great that need is. And so a lot of different people in the community told us that they thought we would not have any women that even needed the service. They said you won't be able to get funding for it, you know, you won't be able to sustain it. And I just really thought that that was wrong. And so we persevered and we decided we're going to do this anyway. We know that the need exists and we know that we will find funders who think it's important to support. So about a year ago, we opened our shelter, and we are the first one in, certainly in the Rochester area, I think across the state, that houses women and children, that, you know, women that have served and their children in one building. And we have been full ever since we opened. So we know that that need was there. So I feel like that's a really big success. And we have found funding for it as well. Greatest challenge, I think, you know, I don't know how you all get your funding for organizations that are like mine in the Ukraine, but I know one of the biggest challenges for us is sustaining funding. So we might get a grant this year from the federal government and then they don't fund it again next year. Or we might get a grant for 2 years from our local city government and then they don't fund it again after that. And so trying to find sources of revenue that will be you know, the same year after year after year so that we don't have to change programs or change staff. That's one of the biggest challenges. Something that we're doing that I am super excited about to hopefully help mitigate that challenge is we are going to open our own coffee shop, and we are going to have that open to the public. And it's actually, so a lot of, I don't know how it is in the Ukraine, but Americans love their dogs. And in particular, men and women who have served, many of them also have service animals or emotional support animals. And so our coffee shop is going to be open to people and their dogs. So we're a little nervous about that. Hopefully the dogs all get along okay. But, and the purpose of this coffee shop is going to be to provide workforce development to our veterans. Our vets are going to run the coffee shop. We're going to provide training for them to go through an entrepreneurship college locally, and we're going to pay for that. It's a brief program, but it will give them the kind of the understanding of how to run a business. And then also, ideally, the coffee shop will be profitable, and we will be able to take those profits and use them to run our programs across the rest of the agency. And so we feel like that's kind of a creative way to hopefully have a little more control over the income we have so that we can keep our programs going and not always be looking at the government to help fund something that they may decide they don't want to fund anymore after a year. And then we're kind of, we either have to end that program or scramble to find somebody else that will fund it. So I will have to let you all know how our coffee shop goes, but we do plan to open that next year in the fall of 2026.
Чи є ще запитання? So, Laura, we would like to express our gratitude and for your wonderful presentation and sharing your experience and your advices. Лаура Хельц, виконавча директорка Veterans Outreach Center, ветеран армії Сполучених Штатів Америки, була нашою гостею онлайн і розповідала про ветеранський досвід та досвід реінтеграції ветеранів Сполучених Штатів Америки до цивільного життя. Дякуємо вам. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ми ж продовжуємо, і попереду наступний етап сьогоднішнього форуму. Ми будемо говорити про реальні результати, досягнення та вплив, які вже сьогодні створює програма підтримки ветеранського підприємництва у Львові від
veterans in Lviv conducts. That's a grant program for the veterans and their family members. So you already know who is going to be invited on the floor. So the presentation of the results of the program Courage to Business, grant support for entrepreneurship of veterans and their family members. That's Yulia Voitakhova, the director of the support center for the entrepreneurship Lviv City Council. Thank you so much. Now I feel like I'm on a pitching. That's very important. Not to forget mentioning something very important. Courage to business. First thing that I would like to say is that this program is created for people, by people, with great respect for every veteran and their family members. This program was created for you. So in my presentation, you would be able to see a lot of numbers, but I would like you to know that behind every number, you can see yourself. You are the result of the program and the team that helped you. I speak about the company, the team of the Czech organization, People Need DVD International, etc. So please, a round of applause for all of our partners. So the parts of the project. It looks like an incubation program because it does not fit very well for the educational grants. You already know that it's very difficult to build a community. So what are the pieces of the program? That's the training, the education, the mentorship. So we involved 18 experts for our training. In the beginning of our program, we really wanted to implement it using the peer-to-peer principle. But we did not have that many mentors at the time among veterans. We did not have veteran and environment representatives. So during the program, in the middle of it, we actually started involving them in our work. And that's a big achievement of yours. Next component of our program is grant support. A lot of people came into this program for grants, but when we already saw your results, we understood that the program was very needed. So the success stories from veterans is a very important part for our participants throughout the program. So they would have live communication with family members of those veterans that already opened their business, because the biggest issue is what's coming after the grant. What do we do with it? So very often, the answer to that question was given by those who showed you around, etc. And also another big thing that we managed to do is partnership. Great business collaborations, shops of veteran business. When we use the peer-to-peer principle, it's easier to build up your business idea. So we were trusted by 251 veterans throughout the year. These are the people that went through our grant program. These are veterans, their family members, wives, children, family members of the fallen defenders, also lost in action family members. We have provided 523 consultations and also 612 training hours. So I'm confident to say that that's the biggest training course that is present in Ukraine. That's the business ideas with which we started. These were your ideas. So when I am asked what is the most interesting idea, that's very difficult to answer, because veteran business is unique, because all of you have completely different ideas. So that's very difficult to divide you in some clusters. So the cluster can be created with some sectoral definition. But you are a community, an association, because business ideas are different, but you are united by one value. That's more than just business.
We managed to support, together with our partners, 124 business projects in a year. Let's applaud, because these are your business ideas. You created 53 new enterprises. 53. You created 54 vacancies, positions. It's awesome. And these are the funds we spent on this program. I'm sure we need to spend even more. It works. No veteran business was closed, because you overcome every challenge you face, and we support you in that. This is the budget lines for grants. If you know what business is, 56% of the funds were spent for equipment, 31% was spent on rent. We can judge not only from your experience, from the fact that you took part in fairs, that every week we see new businesses, that you scale up. Here is the statistics that you really work, that you are dedicated, that you work effectively and pay taxes. Thank you. Yulia Wojtechova, the director of the Center of Entrepreneurship, Lviv City Council. Dear participants, we switch to the second panel discussion. It's an important and deep topic, which is also very practical. The topic is ecosystem of care for veterans, how to join efforts of the state, business, and community for effective adaptation and cooperation, the voice of veterans as founders of business. Now I want to give the floor to businessmen, veterans, their family, and we will speak about the way veterans have to go and what we can do so that this ecosystem works well. Сергій Жуковський, veteran, the founder of business Сушена Радість. Ірина Датак, entrepreneur, participant, the owner of the store Gware. Volodymyr Walczewski, veteran, owner of Flora and Loft. Yulia Didik, veteran, owner of the Cosmoderm Cosmetology Salon. Vasil Didik, veteran, owner of a project and construction company. Melnichuk Yaroslav, veteran, the owner of dental clinic. Yulia Wojtechova, the coordinator of the program Courage for Business. Yulia Marunyak, business consultant, co-founder of a marketing agency, a teacher at Courage for Business course. Anna Kozina, manager on psychosocial support, organization People in Need. Valery Vremchuk, University Council MP. Volodymyr Marusyak, MP of the Lviv City Council, entrepreneur. Volodymyr is not here, so his colleague will have to answer in behalf of all the MPs. Before giving the floor to Serhiy, I want to ask him, when I said today that everyone knows everyone here, I think it foremost applied to Serhiy. Everyone knows about him, about his business. And that means he put a lot of effort in it. Serhiy, now you are quite actively talking about your own business, about other businesses. I saw video clips with you. Have you come to other entrepreneurs? Have you helped them become more visible? If you're speaking about you, what became for you the moment when you told yourself, all right, I will become a businessman, I will become an entrepreneur? Was there a turning point when everything changed? I broke the mic. My grip is too strong. My name is Zhukovsky Serhiy. Many people know me. Indeed, I do support veteran business. I started doing that on my own. Then girls from Veteran Media joined me, and we saw a lot of veteran businesses this year. And we will do the same in the next year. I will talk to people as much as I can. Answering your question, I think I was motivated by my family and only by my family, because after the last injury, the last wound, which was severe, I needed my family to have means to survive. I needed to give education to my children so they so that they are in no need of anything. But recently I gave an interview for a girl. She is a middle school student. And when she asked the same question, I realized that it's not only for my family, but this business has another aim. I've been doing that for the last 2 years. Other veterans look at me. Ordinary civilians look at me. And that's why I am motivated. Because people look at me, they watch my life, and they say, this bald man without arms could make it, why can't I make it? Sergey, based on your experience, we talk to each other, we have this ongoing conversation. What do people need if they are at the beginning of this path of being an entrepreneur? What is the most needful for these veterans? I think they most of all need information. They need to learn a lot, and they need to use the experience of other veterans, of the successful cases or not successful ones. They have to study experience. And that's what we are going to do right now. I'm giving you the wheel to facilitate this discussion and talk to veterans. Thank you. Before Victor said that I thought I would say that 2 bald men on one stage is too much. That's a joke. Let's start. Irina. Veteran businesses are very different. Can you hear me? Yes. Veteran businesses are different. Everyone needs support, and I think the businesses that are already I think people who have no family, no partner, they have harder experience. It's much harder for them to do business. So if I may, can you tell me what is the source of energy for you? And what was the most important for you in the business in memory of your spouse, Yura? You already answered this question. I do this in memory of my husband, to keep the memory of him alive. This brand is a kind of a part of our family. I often say that Guer is our 3rd child. While Yura was alive, I didn't help him. So Guer is a brand of patriotic clothes and accessories that was established by my husband Yuri Ruf in 2016. He was a very active civil activist. He was going to the front line often to motivate people, and he realized that marketing our traditions, our history is an important thing. So our task was not to earn money, but to speak about our history. In one of the videos, I saw that you stand next to coffee machine. Is it true? Yes. When I decided to open offline space, Yura really wanted to drink coffee, and I realized that I had to make coffee in a perfect way. So I finished barista courses, and now I prepare coffee for our guests. So welcome. I want to encourage people to support veteran businesses, to support you. Where is your space? Where can we drink coffee with you? We are located on Mechnikova 21st Street. That's next to the field of honorary burials, and it's close to Yuri Rus Street. So it's quite a symbolic space and place. So visit us. I promise to prepare you the best coffee I can. Now, I want to talk to Volodymyr. Everyone has mics, right? We only have two. Oh, I know Volodymyr. Volodymyr Malchevsky. Right. Good day, everyone. Flora Loft. I don't know English well. I don't know it at all. I was learning German. But I see so much English. Yes, Flora and Loft is a flower shop. It's on Moholohovskivska 32, Lviv. What do you do there in that shop? We sell flowers. So, Volodya, I met you, I saw you at a couple of training courses. I know something about you. I think the question is rhetorical. What are your first steps? What challenges did you face? Because you were not an entrepreneur before these courses, right? The first challenges I faced is the adaptation from switching from military to peaceful life. It took me a while to get adapted in civilian life. The second challenge was to start a business, because after all, I didn't quite understand if I will succeed or no, if I can make it, so I had a lot of doubts. But I'm supported by the wife, and she wanted to do it together, and she wanted to see what comes out of it. And since I still have military experience, I used my courage, my ability to be clear, and it works well. Volodya, I have a question. All the veteran businesses and all the businesses in general want to be supported. Do you need support, and what kind of support? I will tell you now. In short, we need practical mentor support of good professionalists, businessmen. Moreover, support was great while I was taking this grants program by City Council, the program Courage for Business. That was such a great program. I would go through that course once again. Teachers explained everything to us on finance, marketing, business in general. Everything was clear. Another thing I need is accessible funding, so that these grants are issued often and in bigger sums. Nothing is cheap right now, and sometimes you just need to add your own money, half of the sum or a bigger half of the sum. And the third thing is PR, marketing, advertisement, so that people understand that veteran business is not like ordinary, regular business. It's a support of the military, of the women or men who defended our country, and what they are working on. That's what I wanted to say. Advertisement. Thank you, Volodya. Another thing, we know where to go to drink coffee. Where can we buy flowers? This is Lviv. In Lviv, Maloголосівська 32. There is free delivery of bouquets and home decors in Lviv. So welcome. Welcome. Thank you, Volodya. As far as I know, there is a family, дідик Юля, дідик Василь. Right, you're the first couple who took the course together and who got the grant and started their own business. But your business ideas are different. Yulia, tell us more about yourself. Good day. I had my own business in Dnipro City, and then I took a pause. I joined Armed Forces of Ukraine. I met my husband with a concussion. I'm a military doctor. I'm also a medical doctor, dermatologist. And when I quit, because I had the baby for my maternity leave, I wanted to renew my business in new community that I ended up. My husband was undergoing rehabilitation. It was psychologically challenging. But I wanted to renew my business. My husband supported me. He helped me with everything. It's good that he's good in construction because my husband can even build a house. So right now I'm busy with dermatology and cosmetology. The question that I ask everyone, if anyone wants to visit you. Володимира Великого, Street 18. Before the forum, Sergey asked me if we have some people in construction. So Vasil is construction professional. So you can approach him and talk to him about construction. So Vasil, you supported your wife in her business. What kind of business do you run, and does your wife support you? Hello everyone, my name is Vasil Yidik. I'm owner of a construction company of the wooden frame buildings. These are commercial and housing spaces. After a spinal injury during rehabilitation, I was undergoing rehabilitation in Unbroken Center. It was hard to come back to normal life after the service, and my daughter was born. I wanted to support my wife. We opened her the cosmetology room for her, and then I was thinking about different approaches to business. I used to live in the US for 5 years, and I learned construction there. We also wanted to figure out where we have to live. My wife is from Dnipro. I'm from Lviv. I was living abroad for quite a long time, and a lot of my family is abroad. But on the 5th day of the full-scale invasion, I voluntarily joined the Armed Forces of Ukraine, and I was a part of 3rd Assault Brigade, so I wanted to stick to my principles. My wife has also voluntarily joined the army. So I started talking to my comrades about their business project. These are military coffee, also gym called Krug. So being discharged from military service, I realized that it's possible to run your own business in Lviv. So my wife was supporting me extensively in that. She even helped me to fill in the application form because it's hard for me. I like working with my hands more than to do that, and so my wife supported me in that. When I was reading your story, I couldn't come to an end for the first time, but then I found out that your businesses are different. So it's interesting for me because sometimes people have arguments on that basis. What about your daughter? Is she more into cosmetology or in construction? She is a year and a half old. I hope she takes after me more. So maybe you need a helper for your dad. But we call her small colonel because she's in charge of everyone in the house. Where can we find you? You can call me, and you can find me on Facebook and Instagram. Thank you.
So, before moving to Miss Yulia, yes, you are going to be the next one. Yes. So, I also wanted to thank everyone that take part in all of the programs, for the people that help, they teach veterans, because that's very important. Yulia, I also want to say thank you on your behalf. So I visit different events, and they always ask me, Sergey, why do you have that many programs in Lviv? Everyone is jealous. And I'm just saying, just come to Lviv, meet people, because a lot of people want to create such programs. So I have the question to you. How the experience of Courage to Business changes the ecosystem of support of veterans in Lviv community? Well, I think that everything starts with this program because it's like door into Lviv City Council. So through these doors, veterans come. That's the first touch, first contact. So when any community, every community has such programs, when they gather veterans for business or other programs, we talk about courage. So this program can help give consultations. If there is a team that can help veterans like that, then everything will be all right. So I think that everything starts from this, because then after courage, no matter whether you receive grants or not, but you can take part in veteran fairs, you can get into the map of veterans business, you can be friendly to business of veterans. But you need to have this first contact, because I think courage to business became like a door. So you enter and then you have a lot of opportunities. Okay. Today, before this panel discussion, you gave us a speech, you showed us a lot of numbers, but not taking into account numbers, what is veteran business to you? For me, it's when a person has an idea. So usually people come with an idea. So at some stage of our communication or training, then the person can have some doubts. The person doesn't know whether continue or not. When you overwork, when the mentors overwork, and you still move forward, then this moment for me is very important. So it has to be like a moment of communication. So when veteran business has a result of it, it's the creation of veteran business. For me, it's like a phenomenon still. So it's already 2 years of the program almost. So the creation or the recovery of the business or development that we've just added. Well, you can try to remind it for yourself. You have to apply officially. That's like the first step. So I think that value is in the creation. Thank you. That was Yulia Wojtechova, coordinator of the program of Courage to Business, Center of Entrepreneurship of Lviv City Council. Then we will speak to Yulia Marunyak, business consultant, co-founder of a marketing agency, and she also is a lecturer in Courage to Business. Well, Yulia, you look too young to become a teacher, but I have a vast experience already. Okay, got it. So I have the following question. How can communities more effectively engage veterans in entrepreneurship and training? You mean communities, yes? Well, I can tell you more about the promotion of the business and how do we speak about the business, because I'm the lecturer of this program. But you are a young teacher, yes. So maybe the question is mostly about the promotion of business. Or maybe you are also interested in that. Well, sorry, I will reread the question. But I would be speaking about communities, but I don't have any experience in that. But are you Yulia? Okay, let's move forward then. How do you feel when you see veterans giving birth to their first business ideas? Well, being a teacher in this project, I share all of the feelings and nervousness of the veterans while creating the business, because I know what are the challenges, how many obstacles are present on this path. So when you are already on the market, you also have a lot of competitors. So I feel really proud of them that the business is still created. Yulia already showed us good facts. Still, I always am in touch with everyone. I bought a lot of products in your businesses, so still that's the question, how can we not give up when the resource is limited, when we don't have great marketing budgets or a big team. That's the biggest thing in that, to share about it, to share about business. Not all of the veterans are ready to learn. They just want to get money and do anything. But the issue is, the question is, how do we effectively engage veterans in entrepreneurship? Well, it's important to show the results, to see the results. When the entrepreneurs, when the veterans will see the results, that we are not only studying, but we are already on the map of veteran business. We have more clients. Just to share the cases, so when in informational environment we will have more information about challenges and how do we overcome it, then we will have more people willing to come to learn about someone's experience, not by only successful cases, but just also about the challenges and how to overcome them. Thank you, Yulia, business consultant, co-founder of a marketing agency, lecturer in the program of Courage to Business. Then the floor goes to Anna. Anna Kozina, psychosocial support manager, people in need. Are you going to speak about it? Sure. Because very often in different events, a psychologist can come to me, give me her card and says, well, I'm a psychologist, so if you need any support, we would be very happy to communicate with you. So in 5-7 minutes of communication, the psychologist is crying into my shoulder. Yes, I also took part in a program of people in need. I communicated with your psychologist. They are great. They were not crying. So that's a big bonus. A round of applause, please. So, there is a question. Why the complex approach in economical and psychosocial support works better than separately? Thank you. The answer is very clear because it's more effective. Well, a human life is not only one field, it's a system of different needs. So if we take care of different needs, we build this interaction, then it's going to be more effective. For example, if we concentrate only on one field, for example, we give financial aid, then the effect is going to be limited. But if we involve psychological support, because, for example, we provided a person with a grant, but we already talked a lot about education, how important it is to explain what to do with it, how the environment is important, how important it is to build a community. Moreover, if the person has some emotional problems, then just ordinary daily life routine or business activities would take away a lot of energy. But if we support this person psychologically and support one's family, if we tell them how to support their partner, if we go to the community and speak about it, how we are supposed to support the people that come, then it's going to be more effective. It works better altogether because all of those components reinforce each other. Then we will have better effect and sustainable business. Thank you. Psychosocial support is very important, yes, but there is also a question. How much is it effective in the development of veteran business? How much is psychological support effective in the development of veterans business? For example, I'm a veteran, but it's difficult for me. I have some triggers, different situations. For example, I am inexperienced entrepreneur. I just started. There are a lot of complications. So I'm curious, what psychological support is the most effective in terms of veterans business? Well, it's difficult for me to answer it now. Let's say if we speak about the projects that already happened, what was the psychological component? For example, the access to individual consultations for the participants and their family members. So if there was a complication in any field, then the person can just contact the psychologist. Also, we had social component trainings where we helped to shape soft skills that are required for entrepreneur and also in daily life. For example, how do you solve the conflict? That's important everywhere, basically. So we had a training directed at the shaping of this skill or effective communication. Well, you need it everywhere because it's important for business because you communicate with clients, partners, vendors, your team. So that's important. I think that the most effective way is when you have a choice, first of all, and also the access. If you have access to the support, then it's going to be effective. If there is a need for that, but there is no access, then we will have more complications. Do you have any cases in terms of the investment into psychosocial support for business? Well, I will not be able to tell you a separate case about psychological support, but I can tell you about the study that was conducted for the order of our organization, People in Need. The study was conducted by FHI 360 organization. That was an analysis to identify the costs in terms of psychological life and health and economical recovery. So it was studied how the investments into the mental health can bring a benefit or the expenditure. So there are different studies, and generally it says that every invested dollar comes with $6. But in Ukraine, when we live in a very difficult situation, compared to peaceful life, every invested life comes back as $15 or $20. So your expenditures on your mental health, that's an investment into economical stability as well. Okay, if there are such people in the room, if they need such help, such support, where can they go? Talking about our organizations, they can call our hotline. Our contact information is in the hall in this building. Can we address Center of Entrepreneurship Support? Yes? Yes, sure. So if you need support, you can call the center. Yes, we have a hotline. Also, I know that Czech organization hotline works 24/7 and it's free of charge. Thank you. And I would like to say that it's available for everyone, not just for the program participants, for those who feel the need. Also children. A round of applause. Victor left and said that he's going to be, Valery is going to be the only deputy, the only member of the government. Next participants, Valery Varemchuk, a member of Lviv City Council, member of the Competition Commission. So, Valery, before the question, I would like to say that Valery always takes part in all of the veteran events. He helps for veterans not by word but by action. So the first question is, even not a question. I don't want to use those questions, they are very tricky. I don't want to put you into an uncomfortable position. If that's okay, could you please tell us in a short way about your activity as a member of the government of City Council? Not like an advertisement, but I just know that you don't announce your work, but some of the veterans says, well, this guy helped us and we saw this and that. So could you please tell us in a short way about it? That's even trickier questions that we have in the list. But thank you, Sergey. 3 people tried to meet me with Sergey today, even though we know each other for some years already. As a member of City Council, I am in charge of social protection and healthcare. And it is related to the reintegration of veterans because in our city we build the system of humanity of unbroken that is based on healthcare and medicine, first of all. But talking about my work, it's not my candidacy. I am an old member of the City Council. You can see the beard that is gray already. I worked there for 90 years already. Since 2014, my colleagues and I, we launched the self-defense of Lviv region in Kyiv in the Revolution of Dignity period. Also then in NATO, on the front line. In 2014, we already have volunteering experience that is decreasing every year. So we talked a lot to veterans during our veteran work, volunteer work. So in 2015, 2016, guys and I were trying to do some things that are interesting for the veterans. They were interested to start their business. But it's not a success story. That was a social gym in Rasnetu neighborhood. There were also other private initiatives for business. We helped with partnerships, etc. But I listened to Yulia today, and she mentioned 5 components. Money is only one part of everything that is required for business to not only be launched, but also working. So today we have a success story because, of course, that was a complex approach. So money comes only when the person, the entrepreneur, already knows what to do with those money and what is right, what is wrong after all of those trainings and counseling. So believe me, in terms of Lviv, this environment is pretty big, I would say. Because today I talked to my colleagues that we already can work in this system as for each other, because that's a very nice thing. We didn't have such things before when we were trying to launch our first businesses with veterans. The city didn't have any policy regarding that. And unfortunately, we didn't have this kind of Yulia at that time that actually lives with this idea. So I say thank you. That's not just a compliment. That's the proof for all of the words that mentioned already. CEO has to be involved completely in this business for it to become successful. So Yulia worked with City Council a lot because that's the thing actually. People, when they think about the government and councils, people think that that's practically bad. So if you say that you are a member of City Council, people say, well, that's something bad. But if you say that you volunteer, then you are less guilty for that. That's a local joke. But an example of this deepening, why Unbroken works well now. Unbroken is a city, it's a place of power for a lot of people that are coming from the front line. So that's the case of management that is successful. So unfortunately, we don't have such things in Ukraine. Same thing with Entrepreneurship Center. It also creates positive cases, so that's very important for me. Vasily already mentioned that that was a sort of migration for some people. But Vasily saw some success stories of his combatants. So then he joined this program. So same as you, all of you, you increase Lviv not by the taxes, but with your ideas and creativity. That's one more important thing for Lviv, for this program, because a lot of veterans and programs, Serhiy specifically, decided to use these conditions to stay in Lviv and build your own business and future in Lviv. Today we have not enough people. Every panel, every statistics and data says we have not enough people, but we don't have enough initiative, creative people that are ready to risk, because every business is a risk. That's an axiom. But thanks to those programs, the risk decreases, and we have more chances for it to become true. These are the opinions, my thoughts that I had the discussion based on my experience, because I have 25 years of experience of entrepreneurship. I can tell you a lot of success stories. But then I will only ask the questions from the list. So Valery, is it true that you are in the commission and you see dozens of veteran applications, you conduct the selection? Yes, yeah, I am a member of it. What touches you most in these stories, and what stays with you after each selection?
You know, it's hard for me to put bad marks. My hand is shaking when I'm doing it. But based on my own experience being an entrepreneur for the last 25 years, I understand that some of the ideas will not stand the competition. And I realize that this is a competition and you have to put marks, you have to evaluate. It would be great without any marks. It's you always notice if a person is confident. Dreaming is not enough. It's noticeable when a person converts this dream into a goal and they have enough confidence to pursue this goal. It's risks, it's uncertainty, it costs a lot of efforts. So the feeling that a person is ready, it's not just being an employee. It's not work 9 to 5. Here you work around the clock. You're always involved. You are responsible both for the business, for the employees, for their salaries, for the suppliers and clients, and so on. So it's noticeable. You can see when a person is ready to dedicate their time and pursue this goal. But so it's important thing. It's also important when this business is being continued by the family. Valery Veremchuk, local MP, the member of Evaluation Committee. The next participant, Melnichuk Yaroslav, veteran, the owner of a dental clinic. So we can come to you with our teeth problems, right? You should have sit in the middle. I was late. So, dental clinic. I don't know the correct stress in Ukrainian, I'm sorry. That's very responsible. People have to trust you as a doctor, as an owner of the clinic. What helped you to find strength and to be able to focus on your work after the war? It's a hard question. Let me start far away. When I ended my service in the army, I used to be a doctor. I am a facial surgeon. Dentistry is my hobby. So in the armed forces, medics, doctors had a lot to do. You're always needed. And so I finished my service. And I still had the mindset that I should always be working as a facial surgeon. It's something that unbroken superhumans do. A lot of our veterans come to those centers. They need that help. I came to all those centers. I wanted to be employed, but they already had surgeons. I was not needed. But so I kept on looking for my own place. Our dentistry community created dental help, dental front in Novoyavysk city. It's a very great idea. A lot of entrepreneurs are involved. They scaled up. There you can get assistance, medical services for free. The work that's done there is awesome, so I decided to join them. They welcomed me. I was accepted as their volunteer, and so I realized that while serving on the front line, I didn't know all the updates in that area because dentistry develops so fast. So later on, I realized, okay, being a volunteer is cool, but I need to earn money. So I decided to start my own business. My father is also a dentist. He had an old office, and I tried to use that. Why not? So I watched his work, and then I found out about the program, the grant funds. To be honest, I didn't know what grant was at the moment. I'm not even speaking about starting my own business. For a doctor, starting the business is very hard. It's easier to do a surgery than to deal with all the bureaucracy. So I was very much indifferent to it. And I think you know that right now we are a separate section of society. We are separate. Only veteran can understand veteran. Only family of veterans can understand other family of veterans. Whether we like it or no, we are a separate part of society. We are united by our experience, but it's still hard for us. When the veteran ends their service, they are frustrated, they are angry, they have this acute, hyperbolized feeling of justice. And so I found out about the program by the Lviv City Council. Yaroslav, let me ask another question. What would you advise to veterans who are only thinking about starting their business? It's very easy. Do it. Join us. This business will change you. It will help you to restart. You're speaking a lot about risks, but on the front line, we risk the most important thing. What is money? Money is nothing. We risk nothing. This is the moment I often mention. When I joined the program, I realized that I risk nothing. So your advice is to try to risk and to start the training. Yes, it unites you with other veterans. It helps you to enter the veteran community, to be productive, to develop yourself and your skills as a doctor. I'm quite skeptical to any state programs. Most of us face bureaucracy and that the state is not interested in supporting us. For me to dedicate 2 weeks for this program was hard. I dedicated a week and I thought maybe I will waste it. But when I started the program, I realized that it was like a kindergarten, but for business. So it's like nursery group. They teach you how to crawl, how to eat, how to use toilet. They explain you things step by step. And then you realize, okay, it works. It works really well. We got all the clear instruction we needed, and we saw that it was very practical. It's really working. Yaroslav, I have another question to you. Sergey is asking me, where can we find you, and is there a discount, any discount for competence? Right, we have it. This is 50%. This is both for competence and their family. This is Maximovicha Street, 3 Maximovicha Street.
З безкоштовним бізнес ти особливо дуже не зав'язуєш, бо прилетиш в фронт. Тому такі умови роботи.
Добре, Мельничук Ярослав.
Melnichuk Yaroslav, veteran, the owner of dentistry room, dentistry clinic. Many thanks to people who entrusted me with moderation. Thank you. That's my debut. Victor, the floor is yours. Let's applaud to Victor. Thank you, Sergey. But the applause is for the participants of this panel discussion. They are the people who embodied the motto, the name of the forum, Courage for Business. You have to have courage for business. So let's applaud to the participants. I'm not staying here on stage for a long time. I'm not slacking, but I know that I give the floor to the deputy mayor of Lviv, Andriy Zholub, who will moderate the next panel discussion. Andriy Zholub, the veteran of Russian-Ukrainian War, Deputy Mayor on Veteran Affairs. It's like a marathon. You pass the baton, right? Great. I'm very glad to see you. Glory to Ukraine. You forgot how to do it, right? We need to be loud. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. Okay, here we go. The next topic is quite interesting. I think it's the last panel discussion for today. Americans say last but not least. Institutional capacity of communities to implement effective veteran policy. I'm taking this seat, and let's applaud to every participant. It's hard to be here and talk to you, so let's applaud to our brave participants. Executive Committee Administrator Yevhen Boyko. Project Coordinator of the Representative Office of the German Non-Governmental Organization, German Association of People's Universities, Irina Kirey. Advisor to the Mayor of Lviv on cooperation with countries in Southeastern Europe, Philip Vishich. Veteran Director of the Department of Veteran Policy of Lud City Council, Oleg Kobylinsky. Deputy Head of Legal Support Division of the Department of Veteran Policy of Zaporizhzhia City Council, Olena Derkach. Online, the Deputy of Minister of Environment and Agriculture, Andriy Talyupa. Another guest will join us. I will present him when he's here. Right now, I can say thank you. Thank you for being here with us. people will come approach you and ask you questions. It happens with everyone who talks to people, who communicates. We are here not to put a tick, but to talk and to explain. Yevhen, I know that you're in a hurry. You have extra important thing to do, and you have to tell your story. What you're doing is very sad, but on the other hand, it's very prideful thing. Memorialization. Since 2014, you are supervising the burial of fallen heroes. Since 2022, in Lviv, we have the ceremony that's very much familiar for everyone. This is the city farewell ceremony with mayor, MPs, and deputies. I have a question. How was this memorialization created? Is it successful? Is it still in process of being finished? And the hardest question, how could you find common understanding with society? How did you explain this to people? How you were conducting this memorialization? Glory to Ukraine. Andrei, dear friends, dear Minister, honorable families of our heroes, veterans, friends, once again, glory to Ukraine. Thank you for the chance to be here among you, and the topic I would like to address. I wouldn't like to address it, but I need to share my experience about the topic that is not enjoyable. It's the topic that concerns the pain we feel when we lose our family. That is one of the key topics for Lviv since the beginning of Russian-Ukrainian war. And more than for 20 years, it's a key topic for us. Because we pay so much attention to this topic, it's a priority. First of all, for the city mayor. Before answering Andrei, the question you ask, I want you to watch a short video and then we will reflect on your questions. Right? Could you please start the video? I don't know who's responsible for it. Okay. Maybe you don't have this video. Can you start it? I think there is some technical hiccup there. It's easier to work with people than with technology, right? When people say when AI can win, it's not true. So only I can solve this technical hiccup. Before, while I'm talking to you, you pay attention to me. There is no awkward silence. And while I'm talking, a responsible technician is doing their best to start the video so that we can let Yevhen go. So today is not easy both for us as presenters and for the technicians. I know that videographers, photographers, sound technicians are important people behind the scenes. So please applaud to him, and then our video will start. Now video is on the screen, right? Let's applaud so that it can start.
We had the responsibility, the commitment to do everything possible for the family of this person, felt through this funeral that that's a special person. Of course, caskets are standing nearby and families look at each other. So I remember one moment during the funeral, the frustration is at its peak at some time. I remember two mothers just looked at each other, they approached each other, and they met each other between the caskets, so they hugged each other. Thank you. So as I mentioned, that's a very difficult topic for the discussion. That was a shooting of the American Voice journalist on the second year of the full-scale invasion. I think that video is very relevant in order to present a piece of the feelings that Lviv has to have almost every day. So this path of the warriors is in our center, in the center of our response for the challenges of the war. As I mentioned, since 2014 for us it's very important, so this last path of the warrior, the memory of this person was in our community, in our city, in our state. So there is a path, a number of steps our city does in order to have our fallen defenders in center of our attention. We can discuss this topic for a long time. We can talk about the history, how our city started to do that, what were the circumstances. But I'm going to mention just a few things. In order to organize one process that you could see on the screen, it takes 100 people to organize it at one time. A few people from the administration of city council do this process. They work with this organization every day, all day. A very important part in organization of this last pass of the defender is the communication with the family members of our heroes. I can see the families of our warriors in the room whom we met before this pass, that had to walk this path to understand how it feels like. For us as a city, it's very important, and we are proud of this unity. Like, during this time, the whole city unites. And it includes three important institutions. First, this is the city government that coordinates the process. Second is military institution, academy that provides the military protocol. And third component is church. And components of all of the three aspects gives us the following result. Also, in your question, you mentioned general ceremony on Rynok Square. And I understand that it can sound sad, but it can also sound vulgar regarding the community of the city, tourists or bystanders, but it actually is the prisms of ignorance when we do this ceremony on the Rynok Square. On 100th day of the war, we started doing that because we saw that all of the people on Rynok Square can just continue their life without paying any attention on the last ceremony that could walk through the church for the defender's funeral. Some people just didn't pay attention, they continued drinking coffee, etc., so we decided to respond. This is when this idea approached us, because we wanted to do a symbolical event, because we have a special musician that performs special melodies for the city council. So at this time, we have also a trumpet man performing a melody for this memory. 3 minutes of a deep prayer and memory. I think that maybe there will be questions from the hall regarding the funeral. So I also have a few things to talk in terms of our city. I would like to show you our main work in this field. One of the most important things is the creation, the construction of memorial complex of military cemeteries. This week we will finish the funerals on this field because we don't have any more space there. So we are going to create one more memorial field for them. On the pictures you can see first pictures of architectural competition. You can also see the image of us talking with the community, the results that we have. Our city has a practice that big structural projects are implemented through the architectural competitions, but we also had discussions and arguments. Together with the families, we created a concept that is implemented in the project decisions. So we will also construct the memorial on the territory of the field. The reason for that is that the main architect and I had to, throughout 1 year, communicate with family members every week, and the topic is very complicated. What is better to be added, to be removed? And now we already reached conclusion, so we are going to present the crosses and the design of the burials. Another project that we are going to create, as we don't have only one field for such burials, we also bury the defenders on other cemeteries. But for us, it's important to have one style for those cemeteries. So you would be able to identify a defender at any cemetery. So we already created some design for that. Another important thing is the response of our government. Since 2014, there were requests from family members and institutions to which our defenders had some connection, is to install memorial tables. And we already created such plates on different residential buildings where those people lived, educational and other institutions. Another important aspect of policy of memory. Also, minute of silence, national minute of silence. Recently, we had a similar panel in Vinnytsia, in Ukraine. But there was a representative of Vinnytsia City Council, and he was proud of using this minute of silence through the alarming system for air raid alert. But our city is conscious enough now to have enough, not to need any notice for that. Our city remembers. Another important aspect is the provision of posthumous awards. We conduct such ceremonies every week in our city council. We meet family members of the fallen defenders and we give them an award of our city. And also support programs were already discussed today. I guess I will not be speaking about it more. Yes, I can also speak a lot about. Thank you for your answer. And I have one more question. So here we have a lot of representatives of the communities of other cities. And foreigners also ask a lot about that. How did you manage to get common understanding of the unification of the memorials on every burial of the defenders? Because I think that every person has their own understanding how it looks like. And here it's like a memorial. So theoretically and ideally it has to be unified. Please give us a short piece of advice. How do you start working upon that field with the government and the veterans and the representatives of the fallen defenders members? How did you receive a common understanding? Well, the only talent that the gods give us is the opportunity to communicate. So I think that it's better. There is nothing better than communication. So when I was speaking about this last path of the defender and communication with family members, that's very important. That's the key aspect in terms of the father relationship communication. So when we speak to the family members, we already speak about the memorial and how it's going to look like. So it's not only an operative communication, but also strategic communication. Yes, we already start talking about it during our first meeting. So when we plan the next options, what are we going to do? Not have a lot of questions about that. But now we face situations when all people agree with the vision of the city. But of course, I already mentioned the first concept that we received from the results of architectural competition. Of course, not everyone accepted the results, but everyone is prepared to meet and find a compromise. Thank you for Yevhen Boyko, Executive Committee Administrator. And also, I said that we will give a round of applause for everyone that joins our stage. We already have the Deputy Mayor in terms of the economical development, Andriy Moskalenko. And the question goes online now. The question goes to Kyiv. Andriy Telupa, can you hear us now? I would like to remind you that online we have the Deputy Minister of Economy, Environment and Agriculture of Ukraine, Andriy Telupa. Yeah, well, we have to understand that it's not prepared system. Well, yes, Andriy says that he is off to another meeting, so we have a lot of Andriy on stage, so the question goes to Andriy now. I decided to go to the stage with the questions, but we will stay on Lviv now, so the question will be very easy. Did you have any... Well, I want to receive some more experience. So, did we have such key institutional decisions that allowed us to create a system of support for everyone? The medicine, consultations, entrepreneurship. What can be scaled up to the whole system, to the whole state? Thank you so much. That's a great honor for me to be here. Talking about it structurally, after the full-scale invasion, the structure of the city council changed for 45%. There were shortcuts, very bureaucratic things. So, talking about the content, it's connected to the people, and by doing this, we then decided to focus our efforts on some 7 priorities of the city during the full-scale invasion. One of those is the development of an unbroken ecosystem. So, in order not only to give an urgent care for the defenders, also to increase the capacity. I will have a short presentation. I will show you a few slides. But everything that we planned in 2024, and even in 2023, we were not sure that we are going to create it in 2025 because, for example, we were going to create a center for people that undergone torture, but we have a lot of militaries that had to be in such difficult positions, so that's very important for us. We cannot even imagine what is going to be open next year too. But your question is very relevant. Of course, from one side, on one hand, it was important to create a very structured system for the veterans to have a separate management. At the same time, it had to become a main function. So we've written everything about it in the strategy. So if we look at the structure of the city and costs, we are now at the budgeting process. So financially, we represent it clearly in our time resources, everything that we can have. The main task was to increase capacity because we don't know what's coming tomorrow, but we need to be ready for that for tomorrow.
Andrei, when I'm asked by representatives of other communities, they say that you have unbroken, there is a lot of money in Lviv, and I often say that you have to understand that international partners are involved. So how can you work with international partners in an effective way? This is the crucial moment to involve international partners for rebuilding community. How can other communities involve them? The first question is why you would do that, why do you need that? So for us, it's the mission of the city to support our veterans and the military in the best way possible. You should, of course, involve city mayor. Our city mayor is involved in that a lot. The whole team of city council is involved. Sometimes we do a good job, sometimes not. But partnership is crucial. Our partnership with cities is very effective. For instance, the Center for People Who Survived Torture and Captivity was opened together with Flandria, with Belgium. Our colleagues from partners from Warsaw, Freiburg, Vilnius supported Unbroken a lot. Sometimes people think the bigger city is, the more they will support you financially, but it's not always the case. Besides that, you need knowledge, you need expertise, you need support with audit. We are not saying our partners that we just need money for something. We tell them about what our plans are and in which ways they are sustainable. So during the next year, we want to open 3 more Unbroken sub-centers. This is important for our capacity. We need to build capacity. That's the only chance for us to persevere. When we were calculating transport load to the hospital on Topolna Street, we realized that 50,000 people would visit us. Every one of them has to find their doctor and the services. So capacity is something we need to build. Empathy is an important thing. If our partner is not empathetic towards us, we will not make it. If we can work together, if they can empathize us, if we can involve institutions. And the most important thing is to understand why you do it, to help save lives. I need to say we have multidisciplinary team. Someone is a veteran, someone is from economy sector. I often talk to different groups, to students, to pupils, and I always urge young people to study English. It's the only chance for us to become partners, not beggars of the third world. You have unique experience and people are ready to buy it, but if you can communicate that, you cannot earn anything. Irina, you're a coordinator of an NGO, German Association of People's Universities. I have a very direct question, not a theoretical one. It's a very practical question. In your own experience, Can you say that international support a particular veteran, a particular community? And what was the secret of a fruitful cooperation with your international partners? Let's define the terms. Are we speaking about support for community, for a veteran, or for an organization? As a veteran, I'm obviously more interested in what concerns me personally, but after working in city council, I want to know about other levels. We work in 9 regions. We have partnership organizations, educational centers for adults, and based on these organizations, we organize educational events for veterans and their family. This is art therapy, refresher courses, acquiring new professional skills, language courses, drone operation courses, nail service, and wherever. Still, we provide professional legal consultation services, psychological consultations, business schools are also held there. This year, we had a big all-Ukrainian grants program where we also did a training course on entrepreneurship and organized the competition. We received a lot of proposals. I cannot remember the exact number, more than 320. We also founded the business of veterans. These are more than 45 grants. Apart from that, we were cooperating with Lviv City Council, and I think that's the most successful case of synergy because we both organized grants competition. We also provided funds for veteran business. We provided 8 grants together with DVV. Together with Economy Department and Entrepreneurship Center, we developed methodological recommendations for veterans. This is mentorship support educational program, and we want to share this experience in other communities across the country. I hope that other communities will do it with us. What is the hardest in combining international organizations and local self-government? Where is the wall, and is it there? To my personal opinion, the wall, it's not about Lviv, but I think the wall is in absence of institutional capacity of communities. People want to support veterans, but they have no people, no time, no finance. And personally, I would advise communities to pay attention to CSO that work in these hromadas. There are people who have resources, and international partners most often work with CSOs. In Lviv, the CSO that works with DVV International is Educational Center. Together with this center, we issued 8 grants up to some of the sum 400,000 hryvnias. Last year, these were 7 grants, and I think communities have to pay more attention to cooperation with CSO because only synergy will help you show sustainable results. Other representatives of CSOs, are you here? Please pass this on. I have this question. How can you build this cooperation with CSO? How can CSOs persuade international partners to provide them funds? Because people don't believe that they will receive grants. How can people get this confidence that they can get these grants from international partners? It's hard for me to say because I'm a representative of international organization. We have been cooperating with CSOs for the last 8 years, and I hope that in the veteran sector we will expand our cooperation with other CSOs in communities. Together with Oleg, we were talking about expanding our programs in Volyn region, in Lutsk, and I hope that Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Germany, who is our constant donor, will support us and that we can support with bigger number of communities. So Oleg gained trust, right? You should ask him how he did that. That's an important thing. Oh, here we have Deputy Ministry of Environment and Agriculture of Ukraine, Andriy Talupa. Let's applaud so that we can hear from him. Andriy, can you hear us? We will try to hear you. Sound technicians, please help us. Let's check the connection. It works. 1, 2, 3, it works. Thank you for your time. We know that you are extremely busy. I have a logical question. Very much often on the level of local local government, everything is clear. I will be honest. A lot of veterans feel that we are walking on thin ice when we are speaking about the state. We think that the state probably doesn't hear us, but what kind of state decisions made by the government can change the life of veterans? How can the state support veteran business? And I want to ask you about the law on support of veteran business. Greetings to all the participants. Unfortunately, I couldn't come in person, but this topic is very important. During the last panel discussion, we heard from the representatives of veteran business. We heard that grants and the assistance that we have is functioning and it's supporting people in reality. We created a national policy help in Ukraine, and in the context of this economic policy, we have 18 different programs on supporting the business, but usually it's the support for small and medium business. A separate emphasis is on support for veterans. This is our civil duty because the person who defended us has to be supported. On the other hand, there is also a great economical reason. We understand that by creating your own business, by developing it, a person creates new working places, and I think it's one of the best ways to reintegrate into society. In this way, we support veteran business extensively. The most active program is grants your own business for veterans. We're providing up to 1 million hryvnias to start your own business for veterans and for their spouses. If we consider only this year, we have provided almost 1,500 grants. 1,500 Ukrainian veterans started their own business, and we can see that the total sum of grants is approximately 700 million hryvnias. Approximately 300 working places were created thanks to this program. So we will expand the last changes in legislation since January 1st. These grants will be effective for other family members, for children and parents. So we try to support the family as well. to help them start, develop their business, and develop a veteran entrepreneurship. This is for the starters, for the newbies. If the business is growing, you can use the affordable loans 579. So this is another opportunity for entrepreneurs to use this resource. Another grants is for processing industry. We provide funds for both for equipment and for restoring your equipment if it suffered because of the Russian attacks. You can apply through DIA, and you can receive the grant. This year, we've issued more than 500 grants that sum up to approximately 3 billion hryvnias. So we are restoring businesses in Dnipro, Kharkiv, and other affected regions. Apart from that, we also have the insurance company for military risks. That's quite topical for frontline territories. Insurance companies don't work there at all, so it's not possible to insure any part of your business. So the government made a decision last month, and it will take into force since January 1st, when the law will come into effect. We will insure the risks. These are frontline regions. People can receive compensation through our export credit agency up to 10 million hryvnias. You can get insurance for your property. With 50,000 hryvnias, you can get insurance for your business. And if you are under attack, you can get the compensation from the state because insurance companies will not work. Another option is for other territories like Lviv region. You can get insurance through any big insurance company, and the state will compensate you the difference up to 1%. So let's say you have a small factory in Lviv region and you want to get insurance for it. Insurance company tell you that it's 5%. You sign the contract, and the state compensates you 4% of it, and you pay only 1%. If your business is growing, we have other programs for industrial parks and car industry. We are very glad that Lviv is on the front line, is an active leader in that area. We are preparing the law of Verkhovna Rada for compensation of the expenses on for your enterprise. We try to support all the level of business, starting with the newbies and with people who are already developing their business, so that veterans have a chance to grow. Speaking about business support, we have a separate program for civilians, Oselia. It supports both constructors and our citizens. We are talking to World Bank and we still need the approval of Ministry of Finance to start new component in Yaoselia for veterans. We will decrease the initial payment. It will be up to 7%. We cannot make it less because of the requirements of the bank, but you can receive your own housing, and monthly payment will not exceed the price of rent. Together with the World Bank, we want to scale up so that up to the next year we have a chance to provide it not for 1,000 but for 10,000 of veterans, to provide them with the chance to get their own housing. So the person who has their own business, their own housing, is the most responsible citizen for the state, and it's our obligation to protect these citizens, protect those who were defending us. So we are working step by step. Please join our programs. If something doesn't work or we need to add something, tell us. We are open and we want to work for you. I have a short question to you, and then we'll let you go. We all understand that there are better businessmen and worse businessmen. Once I failed my own business and I lost $5,000. Do you have any information about unsuccessful businesses? I don't have the statistics at hand, but I think that the percent is not high. People are not obliged to grow. We understand that business is a very complicated endeavor, but our task is to teach, to show, and to give access to experience. Apart from state programs, we have international ones that are implemented by the partners, and we try to support people financially, but we understand that business is an uncertain thing, but our task is to provide funds to start the business, to provide accessible credit, and then everything depends on you. Thank you so much, Andriy Telyupa, Deputy Mayor of Economy, Environment and Agriculture of Ukraine. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking part in this discussion.
So, from the state of Ukraine, we will easily move on to the Croatia. I can see as the mayor of Leuven Corporation with countries on Southeast Europe, Philip Visic. So, I admit we already started doing some projects with Philip. So, from Philip, let me help you. From Philip and Croatian veterans, I learned how to organize some things. What are more successful options in veteran policy? And also, I try to understand what are the gaps in it. Please, Philip, could you please tell us what were the gaps in veteran policy of Croatia that you would not advise Ukrainian to repeat? So I'll continue in Ukrainian. So you see, when it's impossible to learn Ukrainian, please, here is an example. How long have you been here? 11 years. So he lives in Lviv for 11 years, so he's speaking Galician Ukrainian. I actually thought about this issue. What do I tell to Ukraine, to Ukrainian society? What Croatians did and what was the biggest failure? To my mind, that was a program of financial support to veterans directly that had high level of disability or other things. So physically they looked great, but there were other things why they received the status. So the support was like 2 or 3 salaries, like a pension. So that was a situation when the veteran had this big number, this big amount of money, but the veteran had to either work or receive this pension. But who would go to work if they can get this money free of charge? That program just killed those people. Try to imagine a guy 30 years old, full of energy, but now he cannot work because he receives this help. From the other side, there is a society that was looking at it. The society said very positive reactions first. Yes, we need to help the guys. They gave away their life. Now we are going to help, but there was a stigma afterwards because those guys don't do anything there or just drink alcohol. So what happened? We had a very negative situation, the vision of who are the veterans. So that situation was not simple, but I'm trying to explain it in a simple way. The war ended in 1995 in Croatia. Veteran is a positive person in Croatian society. 5 or 7 years afterwards, these veterans became very negative people in Croatia. The person that had to be closed from other people, so others will not see them. 20, 25 years after the war, those veterans become positive people again. Because the society understood with time that when they did this distance, again, we received people that were creating this Croatia as a country. So, my advice is for society to understand that veteran is a person. You have to be honest with this person. The person has their own internal disadvantages, but for the veterans, it's important to understand that they gave away a few years of their life. It doesn't mean that by the end of their whole life, they would abuse the situation. So the society and veterans have to find this middle, golden middle. That's what I would like to explain, not to have the stigma in Ukraine for veterans to become useless with time. Yes, and I have a logical question too. You will give a lot of applauses now because Philip will tell us one more important thing. I pretend like I don't know about it, but we would like to share what we did good, because we are trying to fight everything that we did wrong. But of course, we are not $100 that everyone would like us, but we are trying to do something that would be helpful for veterans. Croatia is the only European country that survived the same story, the invasion of the enemy on one's territory. And the enemy was really similar to ours. So the question is, resocialization, what is that? Why it's not rehabilitation? So is it something relevant or just a stigma? So you came back from war, so you need to go through resocialization to become normal. So what is that, and why it's important for us not to be afraid of it? I heard the answer that since 2022 I didn't hear such words. I had no idea what is it. Now there is a 3-year-old project that started in Ukraine through me, Croatian veterans for Ukrainian veterans. What does it mean? It means that there are people that were serving They live in the country 30 years after the war. They have the experience, and we would like to share this experience through our small project. But it's very influential project. So we would share this experience in Ukraine, so Ukrainians will understand what life should look like, can look like in 30 years after war. That's how Croatia looks like now. Turns out that when the person finishes the service, no matter whether the person was injured in prison, in captive, or just finishes the service, I think that no one comes back anywhere. People do not come back home from front lines, they just continue their life. They were living in Lviv, for example, went to east of Ukraine. In a few years, 4 or 5, they go to Lviv to live. But he's not coming back to his previous work because he's a friend that was having a child. While civilians and militaries will not have the same life afterwards. They will have different lives. So that's important for us to understand how to live together. So militaries with resocialization, it means how to understand one more time how to live in the society. But society does not understand that. But it changes so fast during the wartime. So the person that 2 years ago left Lviv to go to east, then he comes back to a different Lviv because the society changes. A logical question. Does civilian society have to do resocialization? Yes. Because it's the same thing when the person goes abroad every month or two. Ukraine also changes. Well, very often people ask me in Croatia or just abroad, what is in Ukraine? What's happening there? And I'm saying that Ukraine, to my mind, now is the best place to live in the world. Why? Because the life is creating now. People are trying to live as much as possible every day. And of course, next morning someone do not wake up. That's the destiny. But 31, 32 million people that wake up next day, they are living their best lives. They have fruitful work in books, literature, theaters. There were not many books in Ukrainian before. And also the nation is born. Ukraine understood that we are a nation. All together we are Ukrainians, we are a nation. So now Ukraine creates startups, new movements. So we cannot talk about our Croatian veteran movement because Ukrainian movement is different. Do not look partners from abroad because there are no such thing. You are Ukrainians, you have your own path, and you have to understand what to do with that. Of course, we need to take into account the experience of other veterans, not to repeat the mistakes if possible, and to find your own space. Resocialization project is created to last 9 months, 6 to 9 months, and a small group of people works with a sport exercise. Another pillar is education, to learn how to reform your future in your head, start living in the future, and also psychologies. Psychologies that helps us to connect everything. It's important because militaries have adrenaline inside of them. All militaries understand that you had this drive during the war and now everything's over. No, a new drive starts. Education. What is drive? I don't want to go back to all old work. What do I start next? It's important to understand what do I do next. So we need to train. And psychology. Psychology has to teach us how to hold yourself together. Because a lot of people with whom we cooperate, they have to understand how to behave in different, not very comfortable situations. For them as veterans and for us are routine. Well, we had different stories when the car was taken away from the veteran because he parked it really bad. But we managed to find the car. Yeah, but that guy called me that I have a weapon with me. I can just shoot the guy who took my car. But I said, well, Ruslan, you are such a great person. Thank you that you called me before doing that. So we created different trainings for business, for departments, how to cooperate, how to talk with the veterans. Turns out it's not difficult. We as veterans let the civilians understand that it's important not to be rude. That's the biggest secret of us as veterans. Strange, but we change the society. Yes, and this program of desocialization is very important. It's important for us to build the future. Of course, we will have 4 or 6 million veterans. Of course, we will have a lot of them. We will have a lot of veterans and their families. I just wanted to do some math now. So, in math, you will not be able to lie. But in Ukraine, we had 40 plus million Ukrainians when everything started. Now we have only 31 or 32 million. If we have 3 or 4 million veterans, then it's 10% of society. Adding a family, then 30% of people. So the society will listen to the veterans, not vice versa. That's the easy math. Everyone that is in the room now, my advice is to prepare for the next life during the next 30 years. Not the life when someone will tell the veterans how to live their life, because when veterans come back, they will reformat the country. First, they will have some rest, they will spend some time with the family, because to make us responsible for the country, please give us some time for ourselves, for the most important thing, because without the family, I wouldn't be able to just sit calmly here. Family is very important. So when I came back from the front line, I now realize that I would not switch the time for the family for the time of work, because it's not true. Only family is important. I wanted to finish my words with some positive line. First of all, I'm very grateful for the city, because we can see 2 representatives of the city mayor. The city of Lviv gave us the opportunity for Croatian veterans to share their experience. I'm very grateful for that. I'm grateful for you that are present here, that are interested in the topic of veteran movement, because you prepare yourself and others for the future that is coming. And everything will be all right in future, because I understood that working with the veterans, it's very important. The person went to defend us as the first person. They hold the line. Veteran is a person that lives in their position of dignity, of fairness. Because when you speak to a veteran, it's important not to overcome the space of dignity. Everything else is going to be all right. And basically, we are the veterans. We are like warriors of some ordeal. For us, it's important not to spoil our ordeal. Yes. Thank you, Philip Vicic, a person that honestly spoke to us. I really enjoy that after us having this common project, he says, please don't look any partners in the other countries. Huh? He's so funny. Let's listen to our own experience. Let's listen to Lutsk development. We have a veteran, director of the Department of Veteran Policy, Oleg Kobalinsky. Hello, Oleg. I'm grateful that you have a microphone already. Oleg, could you please tell us what did you manage to do in Lutsk? What were the correct steps in order to establish the communication with veterans, the trust of veterans to the city council, and to continue working in the employment and social processes? What are the secrets? Because today we also ask every person what was wrong in your process.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to say thank you for inviting me, and I'd like to say thank you to all the veterans who are here and to the ones who are on front line. What did we manage to do? I have to start from far away. I'm the head of the Association of Anti-Terroristic Operation Military. And I think that association gave the impetus for the city council to work with veterans. Everyone thinks that veterans need something and that this is money. I don't know how people ended up in this with this idea. Oleg, I need to grieve you. We are civil servants. So, speaking about our successes, we created the Department of Veteran Policy of Lutsk City Council, and I'm proud of it. We didn't create it from scratch. I came to the city mayor and I told him there is a line in front of my door of veterans and of their family. What is not working in this city council? We have employers, we have money. Why do they come to receive services from me, from the head of CSO? And so I created the structure of this department. I stipulated its components, and I told them, let's create a separate department. They told me, all right, but you'll be the head. And I said, fine. But if I don't, but you need to ask people who are actually willing to work with veteran policy. Let's ask people who is ready to work in this sector. So people from different departments came to me, but we managed to create this department that today consists of 30 people, and we are still employing people. Was this experiment successful? I think so. I'm proud of my team. Everyone there is willing to do their job, and they realize that veterans are in need of respect and gratitude. This is the first thing that's needed. And the third thing that's needed is honesty. You need to be honest about what works and what doesn't work, what is the timeline. If we just give empty promises, if we just give them money and that's it, it doesn't work. We will not help people with that. Another thing we did, it's not our own project, but it's a Lutsk Fair of Veteran Business. We made it not about commerce, it's more about presentation of the stories. People come to us not to trade or to show their business, but to tell their story. And by sharing these stories with other veterans, with other families, with our citizens, this fair is located in different place every time. It does not happen in the town all the time. We constantly switch in location so that more and more people can get acquainted with them. And in this way, they can see who veterans are, how they communicate. The youth asked us how to communicate with veterans. Even if veterans come to school, students are afraid to ask questions. So we invited young people to our fairs and asked them to create interviews with them. That was another impetus that helped young people to be not afraid of veterans, to talk to the family of the fallen soldiers, especially if it's a wife or a mom who shares how they are experiencing their loss. Then media joined us. They highlighted those stories. Now our informational space is dominated by more positive stories rather than negative ones that depict veterans as people who cause trouble. We want to create courses. Unfortunately, we don't have Yulia Vaidukhova in Lutsk, but we are raising one. But we don't have Oleg Kobylinsky in Lviv, to be fair. Let's exchange experience. You know, veterans started coming to those fairs and they started asking each other questions, how they started the business, how they are developing it. It became an impetus for new veteran businesses. You don't have to be a private entrepreneur to take part in our fair. You can just come and try yourself. Another thing I wanted to say, I really love my city and I love my team. Girls know it. But I must acknowledge that we have a lot to work on. We have to analyze a lot of information. Yesterday, I visited presentation of one of the investment fund, and they emphasized that we are living in times of war, and we have to continually study, grow, learn, find new partners. Fortunately, our country is still very big, and we have not only international partners, we still have active veterans in different communities, in different regions who develop veteran policy, who develop policy of memory. We just need to talk to each other, and veterans are not afraid of it. Whatever failures, we want to work on veterans' dreams. Veterans come after 3 years of combat experience or after 10. And so their field changed extensively while they were serving. They want to learn new things. We want to solve their needs very quickly. We want to find courses for them very quickly. Yes, veterans do understand that veterans want to catch up very quickly, but it's really hard. So sometimes veterans even lack basic education. And we realize that they, for instance, have to go to university. That's what I was talking about. Every case is unique, and you have to be very careful with it. Thank you so much, Oleg Kobylinski, Lutsk. Let's applaud. We can afford to go different places, and now we go to Zaporizhia. Deputy head of Legal Support Division of the Department of Veterans Policy of Zaporizhia City Council, Olena Derkach. I found out that you have this fantastic social map that's called I'm Veteran in Zaporizhia. What is it and how does it work? Please tell us. Maybe we'll do the same thing. Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation from to Zaporizhia. Speaking about the social card, I'm Veteran. This is an innovative instrument that was initiated by our Department of Veteran Policy of Zaporizhia City Council together with Privat Bank and while involving social responsible businesses. Our goal is to provide discounts for veterans through businesses that are socially responsible and who wanted to take part in this project. I think that the instrument is the virtual bank card of Privat Bank through Privat 24. It's the section with cashbacks, right? Right. But it's not a cashback system, but discount and bonuses. So veterans don't have to take their certificate of competence to validate their status. The system is working on its own, and it can see that the owner of this card is a veteran. So they can come to cafe, pay, and the discount is automatic. Right now, 23 enterprises are involved in this program and more than 80 different shops. Speaking about the sectors of these enterprises, these are medical services, pharmacies. We also have Vita Center in Zaporizhia. These are restaurants. This can be European cuisine and Ukrainian restaurants. There are many other sectors, mobile accessories, furniture factories, shoes factories. We are still communicating with other enterprises so that in 2026 we can expand the sector. Speaking about the veterans, to become participant of this project, a veteran can address our department or the room of veterans. Every 23rd day of the month, we provide the list of these applicants to Privat Bank. They are entered into the system, and after that, in Privat Bank system, they can see the discounts that are functioning for them. After that, the system is automated, algorithms are functional, veteran can just come, pay, and the discount is functioning. I also wanted to say that more than 827 veterans applied for our department to take part in this campaign, so we want to scale up. That's great. Let's applaud. For the end of our panel discussion, I want to ask another question. You cannot measure being veteran, right? but Kaluch, Croatia are very far away from front line. Zaporizhia is quite close to front line. And you are working on veteran policy. Is it in principle different than in the cities that are in the rear? What are the specifics of veteran policy closer to front line? As you said, we cannot compete with veteran policy, but I think when you work closer to front line, you can feel that these people, these veterans need the most support. That's why I think, because of our personal experience, we can feel it and we try to do our best. Fantastic. This is incredible. No one can prevail this spirit. Many thanks to participants of our panel discussion. We've talked to fantastic people, and also thank you, fantastic people in this hall. Let's applaud. Please make sure you connect to other people. That is a good place to connect to other people. Now we have a break, and let's do good for our own sake. Thank you. We are grateful to Andriy Zholub, veteran of Russian-Ukrainian War, civil servant of Lviv City Council, deputy mayor on veteran affairs.
Остання частина нашого сьогоднішнього форуму. Але насправді я не знаю, чи найважливіша, але точно найвеселіша. Будемо багато дякувати сьогодні, будемо багато вручати подяк, будемо багато вручати сертифікатів, будемо багато аплодувати. Я прошу пана Андрія Москаленка знову повернутися на сцену. Ваша робота все ще продовжується, пане Андрію. Я буду оголошувати, а ви будете нагороджувати. Отже, подяка міського голови Львова тренерам та менторам програми з числа ветеранів та членів їхніх родин. Вікторії Трибушній, дружині полеглого військовослужбовця 125-ї бригади. Вікторія здійснювала консультації та менторський супровід з питань реєстрації ФОП та бухгалтерського обліку. Вікторія – засновниця кав'ярні «Кава на двох». Я запрошую сюди Лесю П'ятничук-Поляк, акторку, тренерку, викладачку. Вікторія – дружина військовослужбовця 101-ї бригади, мама 2 дітей. Вікторія провела 9 тренінгів мистецтва публічних виступів і підготувала понад 100... Леся, вибачте, і підготувала понад 150 учасників до пітчингу власних бізнес-проєктів. Андрій Рибак, ветеран 125-ї окремої бригади територіальної оборони. Учасник бойових дій на Лиманському напрямку, ментор програми з питань бізнес-планування та управління ризиками. А тепер я попрошу усіх щойно нагороджених повернутися до нас на сцену. Андрію, пане Андрію, залишайтеся разом з нами. Залишайтеся разом з нами, так. Пані Леся, пані Вікторія, підходьте до нас. І ми продовжуємо. Я запрошую для вручення сертифікатів Оксану Богдан, старшу менеджерку програми з надання надзвичайної допомоги чеської гуманітарної організації «Людина в біді». Ставайте отак поза нами. Ставайте і стійте. Отже, Геник Ольга. Ольга розвиває послуги художнього, а ви аплодуйте, аплодуйте. Ользі точно передадуть сертифікат. Дідович Данило. Данило розвиває малий бізнес, відкривши спеціалізований чоловічий салон Barbershop Warrior. Гречух Любомир. Любомир розвиває освітню та розважальну діяльність у сфері спорту, організовуючи події та дозвілля. Бондаренко Світлана. Світлана розвиває пекарню «Духмяна мрія», займаючись виробництвом харчових продуктів. За грантові гроші оплачено оренду приміщення та придбано подрібнювач сиру, що дозволило організувати ефективний виробничий процес і покращити якість продукції. Кулай Назарій. Назарій розширює лікувальний та післяопераційний стаціонар у діючій ветеринарній клініці. Медведєва Лідія. Лідія розвиває виробництво морозива, виготовляючи смажене морозиво за адаптованим тайським рецептом та проводячи майстер-класи з його приготування. Назарію, будь ласка, залишайтеся разом з нами тут. Залишайтеся. Ми по завершенню зробимо красиву фотографію. Марусевич Валентин. Підприємець відкриває франчайзинговий заклад мережі Міс Лі стрітфуд-кафе у форматі кафе з азійською кухнею. Меджидова Сєвінч. Підприємиця покращує умови перебування клієнтів та оновлює інтер'єр існуючого закладу громадського харчування. Левадний Мартін. Підприємець надає послуги з організації та проведення групових і корпоративних ігор у форматі «Мафія». Кочерган Ніна. Ніна надає послуги психологічної реабілітації для військовослужбовців, ветеранів та цивільних осіб. Кліш Богдан. Богдан надає послуги з монтажу водопровідних мереж, систем опалення та кондиціонування, а також з промивки та обслуговування автоматичних систем опалення для населення та бізнесу. Мочурат Андрій. Андрій розвиває студію «Ігролад», що займається розробкою та виробництвом настільних ігор, дерев'яних конструкторів та аксесуарів для ігор. Спартак Добровольський. Пан Спартак надає соціальну допомогу та послуги з реабілітації для осіб з інвалідністю та ветеранів, які постраждали внаслідок війни, забезпечуючи фізичний комфорт. Бура Ірина. Ірина розширює послуги у сфері косметології, запроваджуючи процедури усунення пігментації, акне, куперозу, зменшення зморшок та видалення небажаного волосся. Вавронишин Ольга. Ольга розвиває діючий салон краси, впроваджуючи нові послуги, трихологію та пресотерапію. Лучинський Ігор. Підприємець започаткував фірму «Побратим» для надання послуг з електромонтажних робіт та обслуговування систем безпеки, включно встановленням і продажем відеоспостереження, сигналізацій та домофонів. Мамчак Оксана. Оксана розвиває агробізнес та виробництво харчових продуктів, вирощуючи санджиці та ягоди лохини, та виготовляючи крафтові джеми. Трощинська Анастасія. Анастасія розвиває салон краси, підвищуючи якість послуг та збільшуючи базу постійних клієнтів. Торська Вікторія. Вікторія розвиває жіночу фітнес-студію, пропонуючи групові тренування за авторською програмою та залучення віртуального тренера на екран телевізора. Цяпа Володимир. Володимир розвиває пасічне господарство та виробництво продуктів бджільництва, здійснюючи роздрібну і оптову торгівлю споживчими товарами. Трошина Зоя. Зоя розвиває арт-майстерню «Тітка Зебра», спрямовану на розвиток і відновлення через мистецтво, а також надання психологічної підтримки для дітей і дорослих. Андрушків Соломія. Підприємиця реалізує проєкт з виготовлення одягу та текстильних виробів для немовлят. Дідик Юлія. Юлія розвиває приватний косметологічний кабінет «Космодерм», надаючи послуги естетичної та ін'єкційної косметології. Буняк Ліліана. Ліліана розвиває діяльність у сфері громадського харчування, модернізуючи діючу піцерію «Румбамбар». Чайка Софія. Софія у сфері ветеринарної медицини створює діагностичний кабінет у ветеринарній клініці. Фіта Лілія. Лілія розвиває виробництво кави під маркою «Крапка», покращуючи якість обсмаження. Толочко Микола. Підприємець розвиває діяльність у сфері будівництва та архітектури, займаючись девелопментом об'єктів культурної спадщини та популяризацією збереження автентичності. Дідик Василь. Підприємець відкрив проєктно-будівельну компанію, що надає послуги з проєктування та будівництва каркасних дерев'яних споруд. Новікова Лілія. Лілія розвиває діяльність у сфері громадського харчування та фастфуду, відкривши сімейний сицилійський ресторан, адаптований до вподобань українських споживачів. Пукавський Роман. Роман розвиває діяльність у сфері громадського харчування, створивши крафтове виробництво «Курчат-гриль». Чайковська Марія. Марія розвиває виробництво лампадок і свічок та здійснює роздрібну та оптову торгівлю ними. Стефанів Яна. Підприємець модернізує крафтове виробництво натуральної молочної продукції «Стефанія». Савєльєва Олена. Пані Олена розвиває керамічну майстерню, виготовляючи та реалізовуючи сувеніри і аксесуари для інтер'єру. Кравчук Василь. Підприємець розвиває роздрібну торгівлю питною водою, займаючись її збором, очищенням та постачанням. Мороз Олена. Олена відкрила сучасний салон для надання професійних послуг чоловічих стрижок. Аблятіфова Медінє Хатун. Медінє відкрила власну кав'ярню з бейглами, розвиваючи діяльність у сфері громадського харчування та фастфуду. Лозюк Мирослава. Мирослава створила майстерню з виготовлення керамічних декорів для оздоблення інтер'єрів та фасадів. Бесага Олександр. Олександр розвиває напрям виготовлення сувенірів та аксесуарів у Бесага арт-студії, займаючись моделюванням прикрас і сувенірної продукції. Сидорак Володимир. Володимир розвиває діяльність у сфері будівництва та дизайну, виготовляючи вироби з граніту, мармуру та інших видів каменю, підвіконня, сходи, столи та стільниці. Усанова Лідія. Підприємець масштабує бізнес із надання клінінгових послуг під брендом «Захисник чистоти», впроваджуючи нові напрямки – хімчистку, очищення фасадів та бруківки. Далі відчуваю особливе хвилювання і навіть трішки відчуття зловживання. Біщук Олена. Олена розвиває продакшн-студію з розробки, створення та поширення відеоконтенту для бізнесу та соціальних проєктів. Чорнобай Дмитро. Підприємець розвиває виробництво крафтового сиру та масла, створивши повноцінний цикл перероблення молока. Дубик Оксана. Пані Оксана розвиває сімейну міні-пекарню з виробництва хліба, здоби та кондитерських виробів за традиційними сімейними рецептами. Гладиш Володимир. Підприємець відновив виробництво світлодіодних світильників та розширив асортимент продукції. Парасюкова Ганна. Ганна розвиває власну консалтингову агенцію з надання послуг з комерційної діяльності та управління. Земляченко Сергій. Сергій розвиває діяльність у сфері будівництва та оптової торгівлі, виготовляючи бруківку та будівельні блоки. І уже відомий вам Мельничук Ярослав. Ярослав перезапустив і очолив сімейний стоматологічний кабінет, заснований його батьком. Друзі, поаплодуйте ще раз цим без перебільшення сміливим людям, які стали частиною нашої львівської спільноти і частиною бізнес-спільноти. А тепер пропоную вам також долучитися до нас, щоб зробити велике спільне фото. Підходьте до нас, виходьте на сцену. Підходьте. Я можу бути наполегливим і дуже довго вас переконувати. Пані та панове, підходьте до нас. Без вас ми не зможемо завершити цей захід. Ходіть сюди.
А можна отак от підійти, а ми знизу отак от станемо.
Це треба, друзі фотографи, покеруйте, будь ласка, так, щоб це було зручно всім. Ходіть. Крафтовий сир на продаж. Друзі фотографи, ви нас відпускаєте чи ні? Тут головне не впасти. Я знаю, що треба дивитись на людину з найдорожчим фотоапаратом. Дякую усім, друзі. Ми завершуємо офіційну частину форуму «Ветеранська сила». Сьогодні ми ще раз переконалися, що наша спільнота здатна на великі зміни. І хочемо подякувати організаторам Департамент економічного розвитку та Центр підтримки підприємництва Львівської міської ради, спільно з чеською гуманітарною організацією «Людина в біді». Друзі, але ви не розходьтеся, бо ми запрошуємо вас послухати музичний перформанс від талановитої співачки Софії Лешишак. Друзі, я попрошу вас зачинити двері і не випускати нікого. У нас ще в програмі музичний перформанс від талановитої та чарівної Софії Лешишак.
Пролягла дорога від твоїх воріт до моїх воріт, як струна. То чому ж згубився твій самотній слід? Знаєш, ти одна. Але осінь той слід листям ще не вкрила, бо до тебе навесні я повернусь мила. Твої руки я візьму знову в свої руки, не розквітне поміж нас жовтий квіт розлуки. Не ховай очей блакитний промінь, заспівай мені в останній раз, пісню ту візьму собі на спомин, пісня буде поміж нас, бо твій голос щедра повінь, я мов колос, зелен колос, нею повен, жовтий лист спаде і виросте зелений, а ти в пісні будеш завжди біля мене. Як зійдуть сніги з гір потоками, ой глибокими навесні, квіткою насниться синьоокою, вдалині мені вдалині. Але осінню той слід листям ще не вкрила, бо до тебе навесні я повернусь мила. Твої руки я візьму знову в свої руки, де розквітне поміж нас жовтий квіт розлуки. Не ховай очей блакитний промінь, заспівай мені в останній раз, пісню ту візьму собі на спомин, пісня буде поміж нас, бо твій голос щедра повінь, я мов коло зелен, колеснею повен, жовтий лист спаде і виросте зелений, а ти в пісні будеш завжди біля мене. Жовтий лист спаде і виросте зелений, а ти в пісні будеш завжди біля мене.
Дякуємо. Чи готові ви ще трішечки після цього важкого і плідного дня з нами поспівати? Супер. Я би хотіла, щоб ми заспівали всі разом неймовірну прекрасну пісню Володимира Івасюка, яка називається «Я піду в далекі гори».
Я піду в далекі гори на широкі полонини і попрошу вітру з ворів, аби він не спав до днини, що летів на вільних крилах на кичери і в діброви дізнавсь, де моя мила, карі очі, чорні брови. Світе ясен світ, я несу в очах до тебе весь блакитний світ. Я несу любов зажуру, мрію молоду, і сади цвітуть для мене, як до тебе йду. А як вітер з полонини прилетіти не захоче, все одно знайду дівчину, чорні брови, карі очі. Перейду я бистрі ріки і безкиди, і діброви, і шляхи мені покажуть карі очі, чорні брови. Мила моя, люба моя, світе ясен світ, я несу в очах до тебе весь блакитний світ. Я несу любов зажуру, мрію молоду, і сади цвітуть для мене, як до тебе йду. І тільки ви дуже гучно, я піду. Вітру з ворів, аби він не спав до днини, що летів на кичери і в діброви, і дізнавсь, де моя мила, карі очі.
І хочеться так ближче до завершення якоюсь такою uplifting піснею закінчити. Хоча сенс її не дуже такий, якщо чесно, але музика, вона говорить сама за себе. Порізала пальчик. Давайте трошки ваших рук, хоч вас небагато, але зате яка публіка, та не важлива кількість, а якість.
Порізала пальчика й болить, зелений листочок не гоїть, зелений листочок не гоїть, не гоїть, милий поцілує, загоїть, зелений листочок не гоїть, не гоїть, милий поцілує, загоїть. Ой, що то за хлопець, як зветься, що так до мене гарно сміється. Я б його любила душею, душею, як він назвав мене своєю. Я б його любила душею, душею, як він назвав мене своєю. Рам-дам-дам-дам-дарам-дарам-дам, дам-дарам-дарам-дарам-дам, 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 дам-дарам-дарам. Може, то за хлопець як ружа, я би його взяла за мужа, я б йому робити не дала, не дала, лиш для красоньки тримала. Я б йому робити не дала, не дала, лиш для красоньки тримала. Ось що то за хлопець, хто знає, що він так до мене махає. Я б йому серце віддала, віддала, зань цілу правду сказала. Я б йому серце віддала, віддала, зань цілу правду сказала. Рам-дам-дам-дам-дарам-дарам-дарам-дам, дам-дарам-дарам-дарам-дам, 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 дам-дарам-дарам. Порізала пальчика й болить, зелений листочок не гоїть, зелений листочок не гоїть, не гоїть, милий поцілує, загоїть. Зелений листочок не гоїть, не гоїть, милий поцілує. Рам-дам-дам-дам-дарам-дарам-дам, дам-дарам-дарам-дарам-дам, 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 дам-дарам.
Дякуємо дуже. І все-таки ще не відчеплюсь від вас ще на одну пісню, бо мені дуже хотілося б, щоб ви вивчили її. Колись в Україні була така культура «Вія Смирічка», «Вія Арніка», і ми заспіваємо для вас пісню «Вія Кобза», «Гей, як сонце спати ляже», і там буде момент, коли я дуже буду просити вас повторювати за мною. Гаразд? Супер!
Гей, як сонце спати ляже в голубій долині, заспіваєш ти ватаже пісню в полонині, а широкої долини через гори з гори дівчинонька, мов калина, ватагові торить. Люба, 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 отак трембітає, а хто ж мене приголубить у зелені маю? Люба, 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 отак трембітає, а хто ж мене приголубить у зелені маю? А широкої долини через гори з гори, через гори з гори, дівчинонька, мов калина, ватагові торить. Приголублю, бо ця люблю, зачекай, ватаже, доки зійде місяченько, доріженьку вкаже. Приголублю, бо ця люблю, зачекай, ватаже, доки зійде місяченько, доріженьку вкаже.
Я ж казала, що прийде цей момент, коли я буду вас просити співати, тому готуйтеся, він вже настає.
Гей, як сонце спати ляже в голубій долині, заспіваєш ти ватаже пісню в полонині, а широкої долини через гори з гори дівчинонька, мов калина, ватагові вторить. Приголублю, бо ця люблю, зачекай, ватаже, доки зійде місяченько, доріженьку вкаже. Приголублю, бо ця люблю, зачекай, ватаже, доки зійде місяченько, доріженьку вкаже.
Дякуємо дуже. Ви неймовірні. Сьогодні зі мною на сцені Вадос Манчестерський, Вадим Войтович. Дякуємо і гарного всім вечора.